Hello, beautiful people. You've just landed on the Fanfic Club. Today's featured story is, What If the Sorting Hat Screamed, Abuse, after touching Harry's mind and the entire Great Hall demanded Dumbledore's arrest. If you're new here, welcome to the family. Hit subscribe and the notification bell. And if you're returning, you know the drill, like and share. Enough talk, let's get into the story. Chapter 1, The Hat's Proclamation. The ancient wood of the 4 house tables creaked under the weight of hundreds of eager students. Floating candles cast a warm glow across the great hall, their light reflecting in anxious eyes as another first year approached the sorting hat. The enchanted ceiling mirrored a clear night sky, stars twinkling indifferently above the ceremony that would shape young lives for years to come. Harry Potter stood among the dwindling line of unsorted first years, his heart hammering against his ribs. After 11 years of cupboards and cast-offs, of being nothing and nobody, the idea that he belonged somewhere, anywhere, felt like a dream too fragile to trust. "Potter, Harry," Professor McGonagall called, her crisp voice cutting through the murmurs that erupted at his name. The whispers followed him as he walked forward. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter?" Harry climbed the steps to the stool, his legs feeling like lead. McGonagall's face softened almost imperceptibly as she held the patched, frayed hat aloft. For one heartbeat, Harry thought he saw something like concern flicker across her features, but then it was gone, replaced by the same stern efficiency she'd shown all evening. He sat, knees pressed together, hands gripping the edge of the stool. The great hall stretched before him, hundreds of faces turned his way, necks craning for a glimpse of the boy who lived. The hat descended. Said a small voice in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Harry tensed as the hat's consciousness brushed against his mind, gentle at first, then probing deeper. Memories flashed through his thoughts, Dudley's fists, Uncle Vernon's purple face, Aunt Petunia's sneering contempt. Hunger pangs in a locked cupboard. The crack of a belt. Hands pressed against the hot stovetop. Cold nights and colder words. The hat stilled in McGonagall's hands. "Plenty of courage, I see," the voice continued, now sounding strained. "Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself." Harry gripped the stool tighter, knuckles white. "But what's this?" The hat's voice seemed to catch. "These memories, this isn't right. This isn't." What happened next would be recounted in whispered conversations for decades to come. The sorting hat convulsed once, violently, then reared back as if trying to fling itself from Harry's head. McGonagall's quick reflexes kept it in place, but nothing could prepare anyone for the sound that tore through the great hall. "Abuse," the hat screamed, its voice magnified tenfold, echoing off the enchanted ceiling and ancient walls. "Abuse. Abuse. Abuse." A terrible silence fell. Every eye in the hall fixed on Harry, who sat frozen on the stool, horror creeping across his face. The hat continued to thrash in McGonagall's grip. "This child," the hat's voice cracked with an emotion never before heard from the enchanted object, "this child has been abused. Systematically. Deliberately. Years of cruelty and neglect at the hands of his Muggle guardians." Professor McGonagall's face drained of color. At the high table, Dumbledore rose slowly to his feet, his usual twinkling eyes wide with alarm. "I have sorted children for 1,000 years, the hat continued, its voice rising with each word. "I have seen into the minds of orphans and outcasts, of the lonely and the lost. Never, never, have I witnessed such calculated cruelty inflicted upon a child in my care." The silence shattered. Students erupted into shocked conversation. Several of the older Hufflepuffs leapt to their feet, faces contorted with outrage. At the Slytherin table, even Draco Malfoy sat slack-jawed, his earlier smugness evaporated. "Please," Harry whispered, mortification burning through him. "Please stop." But the hat wasn't finished. "Albus Dumbledore," it thundered, twisting in McGonagall's grip to face the headmaster. "You placed this child with those monsters. You, who are charged with the protection of every student within these walls. You left him there, left him to suffer, and never once checked on his welfare. McGonagall's hand shook as she finally managed to lift the hat from Harry's head, but the damage was done. The great hall was in uproar. Harry sat paralyzed, shame and fear coursing through him as hundreds of eyes bored into him with horror, pity, and dawning fury. At the high table, Dumbledore raised his hands for silence, but for perhaps the first time in Hogwarts history, the students paid him no heed. Please, the headmaster tried, his voice lacking its usual commanding presence. Everyone remain calm, calm. Professor Sprout exploded, rounding on him with remarkable speed for her stout frame. A child, one of our children, has been abused under your watch, Albus. Professor Flitwick had already conjured a plush armchair where the stool had been and was gently coaxing Harry to sit. It's all right, my boy, he squeaked, though his voice shook with barely suppressed emotion. You're safe now. Harry couldn't speak. This couldn't be happening. His deepest shame, his darkest secret, laid bare before the entire school on his very first day. He hunched smaller in the chair, wishing he could disappear. McGonagall knelt before him, blocking him from the curious, horrified stares of the students. Her face was white with fury, but her voice remained steady. Mr. Potter, Harry, she said gently. I am so very sorry. I never said, Harry choked out, unable to complete a thought. You didn't have to, she replied. The Sorting Hat sees into your mind, your memories. It cannot lie, and it cannot be deceived. Behind McGonagall, the professors had gathered into a protective circle around Harry, their backs to him as they faced down the chaos of the hall. Only Snape remained at the high table, his black eyes fixed on Dumbledore with an unreadable expression. Dumbledore made his way through the crowd, reaching the protective circle of teachers. Minerva, we must move Mr. Potter somewhere quiet, he said gravely. This spectacle is doing him no favors. Spectacle? McGonagall's voice could have cut glass. Is that what you call the revelation of years of abuse suffered by a child under your supposed protection? Students were pressing closer now, their faces a blur of emotions. Prefects tried unsuccessfully to restore order. At the Gryffindor table, Percy Weasley was arguing vehemently with several older students who seemed to be demanding immediate action. The Weasley twins, for once, weren't smiling. The hospital wing, Professor Sprout suggested firmly. Poppy should examine him immediately. I don't need, Harry began, but his protest was lost in the commotion. The doors to the great hall burst open with a sound like a thunderclap. A square-jawed witch in deep plum robes strode in, flanked by two wizards in the scarlet robes of Aurors. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, she announced, her monocle flashing in the candlelight. We received an alert from the Hogwarts Magical Protection System that a grave incident has occurred involving a minor. The students fell silent, craning to see. Whispers of Aurors and Ministry rippled through the hall. Amelia, Dumbledore said, stepping forward with forced calm. This is a school matter that, save it, Albus, Bones cut him off sharply. The Hogwarts Charter, Section 17, clearly states that any proclamation of abuse by the Sorting Hat constitutes an immediate call to the Ministry's Child Protection Division. She surveyed the scene, her gaze falling on Harry, small and hunched in Flitwick's conjured chair. Is that Harry Potter? Before Dumbledore could answer, McGonagall stepped between Bones and Harry. He is a traumatized child who needs medical attention, not an interrogation. Amelia Bones nodded curtly. Kingsley, secure the Sorting Hat as evidence. Proudfoot, begin taking statements from the witnesses. She turned to the professors. I'll accompany Mr. Potter to the hospital wing. Professor McGonagall, as his head of house, he hasn't been sorted, McGonagall interrupted, her hand still protectively on Harry's shoulder. The Hat's intervention supersedes the normal sorting process, Bones replied. In cases of proclaimed abuse, the child is temporarily placed under the guardianship of the deputy headmistress or headmaster, whichever is not implicated in the hat's accusation. Her gaze hardened as it landed on Dumbledore. Which means, Minerva, that Mr. Potter is currently your ward. McGonagall's spine stiffened. Then as his guardian, I insist on accompanying him to the hospital wing, and I further insist that Albus Dumbledore have no contact with Mr. Potter until this matter is fully investigated. The hall erupted again at her words. Harry's head spun. Guardian? Ward? None of this made sense. He caught sight of the red-haired boy from the train, Ron, staring at him with a mixture of shock and something like awe. Next to him, the bushy-haired girl named Hermione had tears streaming down her face. Professor, Harry managed, his voice cracking. Please, I don't want. McGonagall's face softened as she looked down at him. Mr. Potter, I understand this is overwhelming. But I promise you, we are going to make this right. She hesitated, then added in a voice so low only he could hear, should have checked on you years ago. I will not fail you again. Amelia Bones cleared her throat. The remaining first years should be sorted, and then all students should return to their dormitories. Prefects, please escort them. Headmaster, you will remain here to assist with the preliminary investigation. Professor Sprout and Flitwick, please oversee the completion of the sorting ceremony. She turned to Harry and McGonagall. Shall we proceed to the hospital wing? Harry numbly allowed himself to be guided to his feet. His legs felt like they might give way beneath him. As McGonagall led him toward the side door behind the high table, he caught a glimpse of Snape. The potions master's face was a mask of conflicting emotions, shock, anger, and something else Harry couldn't identify. The noise of the great hall faded as they entered a narrow stone corridor. Harry's thoughts raced, panic threatening to overwhelm him. The Dursleys would be furious. Uncle Vernon had warned him not to tell anyone about family matters. And now everyone knew, not just a teacher or a neighbor who might be convinced to look the other way, but the entire wizarding world. Mr. Potter, Madame Bones said as they walked, her voice gentler than before. I want you to understand what's happening. The Sorting Hat is an ancient magical artifact with powerful truth-sensing capabilities. When it proclaims abuse, it triggers immediate protective protocols. You are not in trouble, and you have done nothing wrong. But I never said I was. Harry couldn't bring himself to say the word. Abused? McGonagall supplied quietly. Children rarely do, Mr. Potter. Particularly children who have been conditioned to believe they deserve such treatment. Harry flinched. I'm fine. Really. It's not that bad. The look that passed between McGonagall and Bones spoke volumes. Just a bit longer, Mr. Potter, Madame Bones said as they reached the hospital wing doors. Madame Pomfrey will examine you, and then we can talk about what happens next. The hospital wing was a long, airy room lined with beds and cabinets filled with potions. A severe-looking witch with a starched apron hurried toward them, her face softening when she spotted Harry. Minerva? Amelia? What's happened? She looked at Harry with professional assessment. This is Potter, isn't it? Why isn't he at the feast? The Sorting Hat proclaimed abuse, Poppy, McGonagall said quietly. Madame Pomfrey's hand flew to her mouth. Oh, the poor boy. She quickly recovered her professional demeanor. Mr. Potter, I'm Madame Pomfrey, the school healer. I need to perform a diagnostic examination. It won't hurt at all. I'm really fine, Harry protested weakly. There's been a mistake. The Sorting Hat doesn't make mistakes about such things, dear, Madame Pomfrey said gently, guiding him to a bed. Now, please sit here. The examination won't take long. Harry perched on the edge of the bed, his face burning with shame. He couldn't look at any of the witches. Instead, he stared at his hands, small and scarred from years of cooking and gardening for the Dursleys. Madame Pomfrey waved her wand in intricate patterns around him, muttering under her breath. As she did, a scroll of parchment appeared in midair, words scripting themselves across it in flowing green ink. The longer she worked, the tighter her lips pressed together. "Minerva," she said after several minutes, her voice unnaturally steady. "A word, please." The two witches stepped a few paces away, speaking in hushed tones. Harry caught fragments: malnutrition, improperly healed fractures, signs consistent with prolonged neglect, that made his stomach twist with anxiety. Madame Bones remained beside him, her expression carefully neutral. "Mr. Potter," she said finally. "Would you feel more comfortable if we brought in one of the first years you met on the train? Sometimes it helps to have a friendly face nearby." Harry hesitated. The thought of Ron or anyone else seeing him like this was mortifying. Yet the idea of facing whatever came next alone was equally terrifying. "Maybe. Ron Weasley," he ventured tentatively. "If he doesn't mind." Madame Bones nodded and spoke quietly to one of the aurors who had followed them to the hospital wing. The man slipped out, returning 10 minutes later with not only Ron, but also the twins and an older boy Harry recognized as Percy. "We couldn't stop them," the auror explained apologetically to Madame Bones. "They insisted on coming as a family." Ron approached cautiously, freckles standing out against his pale face. "Hey, Harry," he said awkwardly. "You okay?" The simple question threatened to unravel Harry's fragile composure. "I'm fine," he said automatically. "Sorry about all this." Fred and George exchanged a look that silenced their usual banter. Percy stood stiffly at attention, as if awaiting orders. "Mr. Potter has requested a friendly face," Madame Bones explained. "Mr. Weasley, would you mind sitting with him while we discuss some matters with Madame Pomfrey?" Ron nodded seriously and sat beside Harry on the bed. "The rest of you may wait over there," she added, pointing to a row of chairs against the wall. As the adults conferred in Madame Pomfrey's office, the Weasley twins and Percy took seats nearby, their worried gazes darting between Harry and the closed office door. "The whole school's talking about it," Ron said quietly. "Dumbledore tried to finish the sorting after you left, but nobody was paying attention. Half the older students are writing to their parents." Harry's heart sank further. "Great. Hey, Fred," or was it George, called softly. "Whatever happened, it wasn't your fault, Harry. And nobody decent blames you," the other twin added firmly. "The prefects are organizing a petition," Percy said, straightening his glasses. "Demanding an independent investigation into your placement with those muggles. I've already signed it." "You don't even know me," Harry said, bewildered by their support. "Don't have to," Ron shrugged. "The Sorting Hat wouldn't lie. And anyway, I saw those bars on your bedroom window when we picked you up this summer, remember?" "No child should have bars on their window," Percy said stiffly. "It's barbaric." Harry hadn't thought about how strange that might have seemed to the Weasleys. At the time, he'd been too relieved to escape to consider what they might have thought about his living conditions. The office door opened, and McGonagall emerged, her face grave. Behind her, Madame Pomfrey looked like she was barely containing her fury. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall said, sitting on his other side. "Madame Pomfrey's examination has confirmed the Sorting Hat's assessment. You have suffered significant neglect and physical abuse at the hands of your relatives." Harry opened his mouth to protest, but McGonagall raised a hand to stop him. "The diagnostic charm doesn't lie, Mr. Potter. It has recorded every injury you've ever sustained, healed or not. Every period of malnutrition. Every instance where bones were broken and improperly mended." Her voice cracked slightly. "Your relatives hurt you deliberately and repeatedly, and they neglected your basic needs. That is abuse, Mr. Potter, regardless of what they may have told you." The clinical description of his life with the Dursleys made Harry's throat tighten. He'd never thought of it as abuse, it was just how things were. Uncle Vernon's heavy hand, Aunt Petunia's sharp words, Dudley's casual cruelty, they were as much a part of his life as his cupboard and hand-me-down clothes. "What happens now?" he managed to ask. "Now," said Madam Bones, stepping forward, "you will never return to those people again. That much I can promise you." A tremor ran through Harry's body, hope and disbelief warring within him. "Where will I go?" he whispered. "For tonight, you'll stay here in the hospital wing," McGonagall said. "Madame Pomfrey needs to begin treatment for some of the more serious issues. As your temporary guardian, I'll stay with you." She hesitated. "Tomorrow, we'll need to talk more about what happened at the Dursleys, but that can wait until you've rested." "I don't want to talk about it," Harry said quickly. "Can't we just forget it happened?" The adults exchanged concerned glances. "Mr. Potter," Madam Bones said gently, "what your relatives did was not only cruel but criminal. In order to ensure justice is served, and to protect other children they might harm, we do need your testimony." "They'll deny everything," Harry said, panic rising. "They'll say I'm lying. They always do." "The diagnostic record cannot be disputed," Madame Pomfrey said firmly. "And the Sorting Hat's proclamation will be entered as evidence as well. Your relatives will not escape consequences, Mr. Potter." The hospital wing doors burst open again, and Professor Snape strode in, his black robes billowing. His face was a mask of cold fury. "Minerva," he said tersely, "the Ministry is demanding Dumbledore's presence for questioning. He's claiming he can't leave without ensuring Potter's safety." His dark eyes flicked to Harry. "I've been sent to confirm the boy's condition. As you can see, Severus, Mr. Potter is perfectly safe here with me," McGonagall replied coldly. Snape's gaze swept over Harry, lingering on his thin frame and the diagnostic parchment floating near Madame Pomfrey. "The Sorting Hat," he said finally. "It wasn't, exaggerating." "No," McGonagall's voice was clipped. "It wasn't." Something shifted in Snape's expression, so briefly Harry almost missed it. For a heartbeat, the contempt in his eyes was replaced by something close to horrified recognition. "I see," he said. His gaze returned to Harry, assessing him with new eyes. "Potter." Harry tensed, waiting for the sneering comment he'd come to expect from the potions master since their first encounter earlier that day. Instead, Snape said, "You will not be returning to those muggles. Whatever else happens, that much is certain." He turned to leave, then paused. "The Sorting Hat is still refusing to assign you to a house. It says it will not sort a child who is in active crisis." "But where will I sleep?" Harry asked, the mundane concern oddly paramount among all the chaos. "Here, tonight," McGonagall repeated. "After that, we'll make arrangements." Snape nodded curtly and left, his departure as dramatic as his entrance. "What was that about?" Ron muttered. "Professor Snape has his own history," McGonagall said cryptically. "Now, Mr. Weasley, I think it's time you and your brothers return to your dormitory. Mr. Potter needs rest." The Weasleys reluctantly stood to leave, but Ron paused beside Harry. "This doesn't change anything, you know," he said awkwardly. "About us being friends, I mean." Harry blinked back the sudden heat behind his eyes. "Thanks, Ron." After the Weasleys left, Madame Pomfrey bustled around Harry, giving him several potions to drink, one for pain he hadn't admitted to feeling, another to begin addressing the malnutrition, and a third that she said would help him sleep dreamlessly. "Will I still be able to start classes tomorrow?" Harry asked anxiously. After all the anticipation, the thought of missing his first day of magical education was unbearable. "We'll see," McGonagall said, not unkindly. "Your health comes first, Mr. Potter." As the potions began to take effect, Harry's eyelids grew heavy. The last thing he saw before drifting off was Professor McGonagall settling into a chair beside his bed, her stern face softened by an emotion he couldn't quite name. Harry woke to hushed voices nearby. Daylight streamed through tall windows, illuminating the hospital wing. For a moment, he thought he was back in his cupboard, and the whole of yesterday, Hogwarts, magic, the Sorting Hat's proclamation, had been an elaborate dream. Then he registered the softness of the mattress beneath him, so unlike his thin cot at Privet Drive. The voices grew clearer as he blinked away sleep. "Absolutely no reason for you to be present, Albus," McGonagall was saying, her voice tight with anger. "Minerva, please. I merely wish to explain to Harry." "Explain? Explain?" McGonagall's voice rose dangerously. "What could you possibly explain that would justify leaving a child in an abusive home for 10 years? That would justify never once checking on his welfare?" Harry lay still, hardly daring to breathe. He'd never heard anyone speak to Dumbledore with such open fury. "I had my reasons," Dumbledore replied, his voice heavy with regret. "Reasons I believe Harry is old enough to understand." "Reasons?" McGonagall's voice dripped with disdain. "Always your reasons, Albus. Your grand plans that justify any suffering, so long as it's not your own. That is unfair, Minerva, unfair. You want to speak of unfair? The boy has 23 improperly healed fractures. 23. He's suffering from chronic malnutrition that has stunted his growth. He has scars from belt lashings across his back. And you dare speak to me of unfairness?" Harry's stomach twisted with shame. They were talking about him like he was some kind of case study, picking apart every humiliation he'd endured at the Dursleys. "I had no idea the physical abuse was so severe," Dumbledore said, sounding genuinely shaken. "The blood wards were clearly not worth the price," McGonagall cut in sharply. "And don't pretend you didn't know something was wrong. I warned you that night. I sat watching those awful muggles all day, and I told you they were the worst sort. But you wouldn't listen." There was a long pause before Dumbledore spoke again. "I made a grave error in judgment," he admitted finally. "One I deeply regret." "Your regret means nothing to that boy," McGonagall replied coldly. "Actions, Albus. Only actions matter now. What would you have me do?" The question seemed sincere. "For a start, stay away from him until the Ministry's investigation is complete. Let him begin healing without your interference. And prepare yourself to face consequences for your negligence." Harry decided he'd heard enough. He shifted deliberately, making the bedsprings creak, then made a show of yawning and sitting up. The conversation stopped abruptly. Harry reached for his glasses on the bedside table, bringing the scene into focus, McGonagall standing like a sentinel between his bed and Dumbledore, who looked far older and more diminished than he had at the feast. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said, her voice shifting to a gentler tone. "How are you feeling?" "Better, thank you," Harry replied automatically. It wasn't entirely a lie. Physically, he did feel better than he had in years. Madame Pomfrey's potions had worked overnight miracles on the persistent aches he'd grown so accustomed to that he'd stopped noticing them. Dumbledore stepped forward, but halted when McGonagall shot him a warning look. "Harry," he said, his blue eyes missing their customary twinkle. "I cannot begin to express my sorrow for what you've endured." Harry didn't know what to say to that. Part of him wanted to scream at Dumbledore for leaving him with the Dursleys, while another part desperately wanted to believe the old wizard had a good reason for his actions. Mostly, he just felt awkward. "It's fine, sir," he mumbled. "It is not fine, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said firmly. "And you needn't pretend it is, least of all for the headmaster's benefit." Dumbledore sighed heavily. "Minerva is right, of course. What happened to you was inexcusable, and my role in it is a burden I must bear." He took another step forward. "If I could speak with you alone, Harry, just for a moment, there are things you should know about why, that's quite enough, Albus." McGonagall moved to block his path. "Mr. Potter is still recovering, and Madame Bones was explicitly clear, no private conversations with the boy until the preliminary investigation is complete." The standoff was broken by Madame Pomfrey emerging from her office. "Headmaster," she said coolly, "I don't recall giving you permission to enter my ward." "Ah, Poppy." Dumbledore attempted a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I was just leaving, actually. He turned back to Harry. When you are ready to hear me out, Harry, I will be waiting. With that, he swept from the room, though his exit lacked its usual commanding presence. The nerve of that man, Madame Pomfrey muttered, bustling over to Harry's bedside. How are you feeling this morning, Mr. Potter? I'm fine, Harry said reflexively. McGonagall and Pomfrey exchanged knowing looks. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, sitting on the chair beside his bed. One thing we must establish immediately is that you need never lie about your well-being again. Not to spare our feelings, not to avoid inconveniencing anyone, and certainly not out of fear of reprisal. Harry flushed. I'm not lying. I really do feel better. Better than what? Madame Pomfrey asked shrewdly. Better than you felt while actively being starved and mistreated? That's hardly a useful metric, young man. Put that way, Harry had to admit she had a point. My back doesn't hurt anymore, he offered more specifically. And I don't feel as tired. Madame Pomfrey nodded approvingly. That's the first of the healing potions working. You'll need to continue taking them with meals for at least a month. She waved her wand, causing the diagnostic parchment to float before her again. The deeper healing will take time, I'm afraid. Years of malnutrition can't be reversed overnight. Will I always be small? Harry asked, the question that had nagged at him for years finally finding voice. Madame Pomfrey's expression softened. No, Mr. Potter. With proper nutrition and the right potions regimen, you should catch up to where your growth should have been. It will take time, but you've got youth on your side. Relief flooded through Harry. He'd always hated being the smallest boy in his class, an easy target for Dudley and his gang. Now, McGonagall said, we need to discuss what happens today. Madam Bones will be returning this morning to take your statement about your time with the Dursleys. Harry's relief evaporated. Do I have to? I'm afraid so, Mr. Potter. But I will be with you the entire time, as will a mind healer from St. Mungo's who specializes in cases like yours. A mind healer? Harry repeated, confused. But I'm not mental. Of course you're not, McGonagall said sharply. Mind healers help with the invisible wounds, the ones that aren't as easily treated as broken bones or malnutrition. Before Harry could process this, the hospital wing doors opened again. Madame Bones entered, accompanied by a kind-faced witch in lime-green robes and one of the aurors from the previous night. Good morning, Mr. Potter, Madame Bones said. I hope you're feeling somewhat better after a night's rest. Harry nodded warily. This is Healer Brightwell, Bones continued, indicating the witch beside her. She's here to support you through the interview process. She glanced at McGonagall. Have you explained the procedure? I was just about to, McGonagall replied. Perhaps I could. Healer Brightwell suggested. Her voice was warm and gentle, reminding Harry a bit of Mrs. Weasley. Mr. Potter, I understand this is all very overwhelming. The interview process is designed to be as comfortable as possible for you. We'll use a special quill called a testimony quill that records not just your words, but also the emotions and memories attached to them. Like the Sorting Hat? Harry asked apprehensively. Similar, but much less invasive, the healer assured him. The quill won't broadcast your thoughts to everyone. It simply creates a permanent record that can be reviewed later by the appropriate authorities. This means you won't have to tell your story multiple times or face your relatives in a formal hearing. That, at least, was a relief. The thought of sitting across from Uncle Vernon in a courtroom had been lurking in Harry's nightmares. Will everyone know? He asked in a small voice. About everything. The adults exchanged glances. The details of your testimony will be sealed, Madame Bones said carefully. Only those directly involved in the investigation and any subsequent legal proceedings will have access to the full record. However, she hesitated. I'm afraid news of the Sorting Hat's proclamation has already spread beyond Hogwarts. The morning edition of the Daily Prophet arrived an hour ago, McGonagall said grimly. You're on the front page, Mr. Potter. Harry's stomach plummeted. What does it say? McGonagall hesitated, then reached for a folded newspaper on the bedside table. The headline screamed across the top in bold black letters, Boy WHO lived abused, Sorting Hat reveals Harry Potter's ordeal. Below it was a photo of Harry from the previous night, sitting stunned on the stool as the Sorting Hat reared back in McGonagall's hands. He looked small and terrified, nothing like the hero the wizarding world apparently expected. They can't just, that's private. Harry protested, horrified. It happened in front of hundreds of witnesses, Madame Bones said regretfully. There was no containing it. Harry skimmed the article with growing dismay. While it didn't detail the specific abuses he'd suffered, it quoted the Sorting Hat's proclamation in full, accused Dumbledore of gross negligence, and speculated wildly about Harry's life with his Muggle relatives. The public reaction has been significant, Madame Bones added. My office has been flooded with owls demanding action. The minister himself has become involved. Fudge is only concerned with the political fallout, McGonagall said sharply. The man couldn't care less about Mr. Potter's actual well-being. Perhaps, Madame Bones acknowledged. But his involvement does ensure resources for the investigation. She turned back to Harry. When you're ready, Mr. Potter, we can begin the interview. Harry wasn't sure he'd ever be ready, but he nodded anyway. The sooner this was over, the sooner he could try to reclaim some normalcy. Could I ask a question first? He ventured. Of course, Madame Bones replied. What's going to happen to the Dursleys? Again, the adults exchanged glances. The Muggle authorities have already been notified, Madame Bones said. They were taken into custody early this morning. Harry blinked in surprise. Even Dudley? Your cousin has been placed with his aunt, Marge Dursley, I believe, while the investigation proceeds. As a minor himself, he faces different considerations, though his behavior toward you will be addressed. Harry couldn't quite wrap his mind around the idea of the Dursleys facing consequences. In his experience, adults always believed other adults over children, especially children like him whom no one particularly cared about. You said I won't go back there, he said hesitantly. But where will I go instead? That will be determined after the investigation, Madame Bones replied. For now, Professor McGonagall is your temporary guardian. More permanent arrangements will depend on several factors, including any provisions in your parents' will. My parents had a will? Harry asked, surprised. McGonagall's expression darkened. Yes, Mr. Potter, they did. A copy should be on file at Gringotts. I've already dispatched an owl requesting it. Oh. Harry absorbed this new piece of information about his parents. I didn't know. There's a great deal you should have been told long ago, McGonagall said, with another pointed look at the doors through which Dumbledore had departed. The interview that followed was one of the most difficult experiences of Harry's life, which, given his childhood, was saying something. The testimony quill scratched across parchment, recording not just his halting descriptions of life at Privet Drive, but also the feelings and memories that accompanied them. He spoke of cupboards and missed meals, of Harry hunting and impossible chores, of being called freak and burden, so often he believed those were his names until primary school. Throughout it all, McGonagall sat beside him, occasionally squeezing his hand when his voice faltered. Healer Brightwell guided him gently through the worst parts, never pushing too hard but never allowing him to minimize what had happened either. It wasn't really that bad, he tried once, after describing a particularly brutal punishment for accidental magic. I mean, lots of kids have it worse. Mr. Potter, Healer Brightwell said firmly, the existence of greater suffering does not negate or justify the suffering you experienced. What was done to you was wrong. Full stop. By the time they finished, Harry felt wrung out but somehow lighter, as if a weight he hadn't known he was carrying had been partially lifted. You've done very well, Madame Bones said, sealing the parchment with a tap of her wand. This testimony, combined with Madame Pomfrey's diagnostic report, provides all the evidence needed to proceed with charges against your aunt and uncle. What kind of charges? Harry asked. In the Muggle world, child abuse, neglect, false imprisonment, and assault, at minimum, Madame Bones replied. In our world, there will be additional charges related to the suppression of your magic and denial of your heritage. They'll go to prison. The concept seemed impossible. Uncle Vernon, locked in a cell. Aunt Petunia, denied her spotless kitchen and neighborhood gossip. That is the likely outcome, yes, Madame Bones confirmed. But the legal process will take time. You needn't concern yourself with it for now. A knock at the door interrupted them. Madame Pomfrey went to answer it, returning with Professor Flitwick. Ah, good, you're still here, Amelia, the tiny professor squeaked. We have a situation in the Great Hall. The students are, well, they're staging what amounts to a protest. A protest? McGonagall repeated, alarmed. What do you mean? They're demanding to know what's being done to help Mr. Potter and to hold those responsible accountable, Flitwick explained. It started with the Hufflepuffs refusing to leave the hall after breakfast, and now most of the school has joined them. They're calling for Dumbledore's resignation. Harry gaped. Students were protesting on his behalf. It seems Miss Bones has been particularly vocal in organizing the effort, Flitwick added with a small smile in Madame Bones' direction. Susan. Madame Bones sighed. I might have known my niece would be at the center of this. She's not alone, Flitwick assured her. The prefects from all 4 houses are presenting a unified front, and several of the 7th years have contacted their parents, many of whom sit on the Board of Governors. This is unprecedented, McGonagall said, looking troubled. While I appreciate their concern for Mr. Potter's welfare, we can't have students dictating school policy. I believe addressing them directly might help, Flitwick suggested. They're frightened and angry, Minerva. They need reassurance that the adults are taking appropriate action. I should go, Madame Bones decided. As head of the DMLE, I can provide the official response they're looking for. She turned to Harry. Would you be comfortable with me sharing that you're receiving proper care and that the investigation is proceeding? I won't disclose any details from your testimony. Harry hesitated, then nodded. I don't want everyone worrying about me. Or getting in trouble because of me. This isn't because of you, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said firmly. It's because of what was done to you, and the adults who failed to prevent it. After Madame Bones and Flitwick departed, Healer Brightwell remained to conduct a more thorough psychological assessment. Her questions were different from those in the earlier interview, less about specific incidents of abuse and more about how Harry had coped, what he felt, and how he saw himself and his future. You've developed remarkable resilience, Mr. Potter, she said when they finished. Many children in your situation would have withdrawn completely or developed serious behavioral issues. The fact that you've maintained your capacity for trust and kindness is extraordinary. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. He'd never thought of himself as particularly resilient or kind. He'd just done what he had to do to survive. What happens now? He asked instead. Now, you begin to heal, Healer Brightwell replied. I'll be coming to Hogwarts twice a week to work with you. We'll talk about your experiences and develop strategies to help you process them. Madame Pomfrey will continue treating the physical effects of the abuse, and Professor McGonagall will ensure your immediate needs are met. But what about classes? Harry pressed. And what house am I in? When can I be normal like everyone else? Healer Brightwell smiled gently. Your desire for normalcy is perfectly understandable, Mr. Potter. And I see no reason why you can't begin attending classes tomorrow, provided Madame Pomfrey agrees. She glanced at the healer, who nodded reluctantly. As for your house placement, McGonagall interjected, the Sorting Hat has agreed to attempt sorting you again this evening, after you've had more time to rest. In the meantime, arrangements have been made for temporary quarters near my office. So I'll still be sorted. Harry felt a flutter of relief. And I can go to classes with everyone else? Yes, Mr. Potter, McGonagall confirmed. Though you may find that everyone else is not quite as unaffected by recent events as you might hope. Before Harry could ask what she meant, the hospital wing doors burst open yet again. This time, it was Hagrid who entered, ducking his enormous head beneath the doorframe. His beetle-black eyes were red-rimmed, and he was clutching a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth. "Harry," he boomed, rushing forward. "I've only just heard. Been away in the forest since yesterday, no idea what was happening," he broke off, overcome with emotion. "I shoulda checked on ya. All these years, I shoulda made sure ya were all right." "It's okay, Hagrid," Harry said, overwhelmed by the gamekeeper's distress. "You couldn't have known. But I did know them Dursleys were the worst sort o' muggles." Hagrid protested. "I was there that night, when Dumbledore left ya with M. I shoulda said something more," shoulda insisted. "You were there?" Harry asked, surprised. "Course I was," Hagrid said, blowing his nose loudly. "I'm the one what carried ya from Godric's Hollow after it happened. Brought ya to Privet Drive on Sirius Black's flying motorbike, I did." "Hagrid," McGonagall interrupted sharply, "that's enough. Mr. Potter has had quite enough emotional upheaval for one day without adding to it." Right, oh, course," Hagrid mumbled, looking abashed. "I just wanted ter tell Harry that I'm here for him. Anythin' ye need, Harry, anythin' at all, yeah, just say the word." "Thanks, Hagrid," Harry said, genuinely touched. Could you tell me more about that night sometime? And about my parents? No one's ever really told me much." "Oh, course I will," Hagrid promised, his eyes welling up again. "Whenever you're ready to hear it, I'll tell ya everything I know." After Hagrid left, with more tearful apologies and promises of support, Harry turned to McGonagall. "Professor, who is Sirius Black? And what did Hagrid mean about a flying motorbike?" McGonagall's expression grew troubled. "That, Mr. Potter, is a conversation for another day, when you're more settled." She rose from her chair. "For now, if you're feeling up to it, I thought you might like a change of scenery. Your temporary quarters are ready, and I believe Mr. Weasley and several other students have been asking to see you." Harry perked up at the mention of Ron. "I'd like that." As McGonagall led him through the corridors of Hogwarts toward his temporary quarters, Harry tried to ignore the stares and whispers that followed them. Students stopped in their tracks, conversations halting mid-sentence as he passed. Some looked at him with naked pity, others with something like awe. A few Slytherins sneered, but even they seemed subdued compared to the previous night. "Ignore them," McGonagall advised quietly. "They'll find something else to gossip about soon enough." Harry doubted that. If his brief experience with Fame in Diagon Alley had taught him anything, it was that the wizarding world's fascination with the boy who lived wouldn't fade easily, and now they had a new chapter to add to his legend. The temporary quarters turned out to be a small but comfortable suite near McGonagall's office. It contained a bedroom, a tiny sitting area with a fireplace, and a private bathroom, luxurious accommodations compared to anything Harry had experienced before. "The house elves have brought your trunk up," McGonagall explained, gesturing to where it sat at the foot of the bed. "You'll find your class schedule on the desk. Classes begin at 9 tomorrow morning." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said sincerely. "For everything." McGonagall's stern expression softened momentarily. "You are not alone anymore, Mr. Potter. Remember that." She left him to settle in, promising to return with Ron and possibly other visitors in an hour. Alone for the first time since the Sorting Hat's proclamation, Harry sank onto the edge of the bed, trying to process everything that had happened in the past 24 hours. His entire life had been upended, again, but this time, it felt like a storm he'd been weathering alone for years had finally been seen by others. He wasn't sure how to feel about that. The shame and humiliation of having his deepest secrets exposed still burned, but beneath it was something else, a tentative, fragile hope that maybe, just maybe, things really could be different now. As Harry stared into the quietly crackling fire, one thought kept circling back: he would never have to return to Privet Drive again. Never again would he sleep in the cupboard under the stairs. Never again would he endure Uncle Vernon's belt or Aunt Petunia's frying pan or Dudley's fists. He was free. The realization brought unexpected tears to his eyes, not of sadness, but of relief so profound it felt like pain. For the first time in his memory, Harry Potter allowed himself to cry, not because he was hurt or afraid, but because a burden he'd carried his entire life had finally been lifted from his shoulders. When McGonagall returned an hour later with Ron, Hermione, and Neville in tow, she found Harry sitting cross-legged on the floor in front of the fire, Hedwig perched on his knee, a look of quiet determination on his face. "Mr. Potter," she said, "your friends are here to see you. Are you feeling up to visitors?" Harry looked up, a small but genuine smile spreading across his face as he caught sight of Ron's anxious expression. "Yeah," he said, rising to his feet. "I think I am." As his new friends entered the room, bringing with them stories of the student protest, speculation about which house he would be sorted into, and promises of support no matter what happened next, Harry felt something he'd never truly experienced before: belonging. The Sorting Hat had torn open his past, exposing his deepest wounds to the light. But in doing so, it had also opened a door to a future Harry had never dared to imagine, one where he was not alone, not unwanted, and not afraid. Whatever came next, he would face it standing tall. Chapter 2. Beneath the surface. Harry stared at his reflection in the small bathroom mirror. The boy who looked back at him seemed different somehow, still thin, still with the same unruly black hair and lightning bolt scar, but his eyes held something new. Recognition, perhaps. Or the beginnings of it. He ran a hand through his hair, trying unsuccessfully to flatten it before giving up with a sigh. In a few minutes, he would face the Great Hall again for his second sorting. Professor McGonagall had arranged for it to happen privately, before dinner, to spare him another spectacle. But the thought of the Sorting Hat peering into his mind again made his stomach twist. A soft knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. "Mr. Potter. Are you ready?" McGonagall's voice came through the wood. Harry took a deep breath. "Yes, Professor." The corridors were mercifully empty as they made their way toward the Great Hall. Most students were still in their common rooms or the library, not yet gathering for dinner. Still, Harry felt exposed, as if the walls themselves were watching him. "Professor," he ventured as they walked, "what if the hat, what if it does it again?" "Shouts about, you know." McGonagall's pace slowed. "The Sorting Hat has assured us it will conduct a proper sorting this time." It was, distressed, by what it found in your mind yesterday. An unprecedented reaction, but then, your circumstances were unprecedented as well. It felt things. Harry asked, surprised. "I thought it was just a hat." "It is a highly sophisticated magical artifact imbued with the consciousness of the four founders," McGonagall corrected. And yes, in its own way, it felt a great deal. They arrived at a side door to the Great Hall that Harry hadn't noticed before. McGonagall paused, her hand on the handle. "Whatever house you're sorted into, Mr. Potter, know that it doesn't define you. The qualities the founders valued are in all of us, in different measure." Harry nodded, though his throat felt too tight to speak. The importance of this moment weighed on him. It felt like a second chance, an opportunity to start again after yesterday's disaster. The Great Hall was empty except for a small cluster of people near the high table. Professor Flitwick stood beside a familiar stool, the Sorting Hat resting quietly in his hands. Madame Bones was there too, along with Professors Sprout and Snape. Conspicuously absent was Dumbledore. "Ah, right on time," Professor Flitwick squeaked as they approached. Harry's gaze was fixed on the Sorting Hat. It looked so ordinary sitting there, patched and frayed, unremarkable except for the slight crease near its brim that formed its mouth. "The headmaster will not be joining us," McGonagall informed Harry, answering his unspoken question. He is currently meeting with the Board of Governors. Harry wasn't sure if he was relieved or disappointed. Part of him wanted answers from Dumbledore, explanations for why he'd been left with the Dursleys for all those years. Another part wanted nothing to do with the man who had abandoned him to that life. "Well then," Madam Bones said briskly, "shall we proceed?" Professor Flitwick placed the stool in position, and Harry sat down, bracing himself as the hat was lowered onto his head. "Hello again, Mr. Potter," the hat's voice whispered in his ear, much gentler than before. "I must apologize for our previous encounter. It was unprecedented." "It's okay," Harry thought back, knowing the hat could hear him. "You were just telling the truth." "Indeed. A truth that needed telling, though I regret causing you additional distress." The hat seemed to settle more comfortably on his head. "Now, where were we?" "Ah yes, your sorting. Still difficult, though for different reasons now." Harry waited, trying not to think about anything in particular. "You have courage in abundance, that much is clear. And loyalty, yes, fierce loyalty to those who earn it. A quick mind too, though perhaps underutilized thus far. And ambition. Oh yes, a burning desire to prove yourself, to show the world who Harry Potter truly is." Harry gripped the edges of the stool. Which house would it be? He'd heard enough by now to know that Gryffindor valued courage, Hufflepuff loyalty, Ravenclaw intelligence, and Slytherin ambition. He seemed to have bits of all four. "Indeed you do," the hat agreed, reading his thoughts. "More balanced than many I sort. But there is always a dominant trait, Mr. Potter, always a place where you will truly flourish." There was a long pause, during which Harry had the distinct impression the hat was deliberating more carefully than it normally would. "Better be Gryffindor," the hat announced, its voice ringing through the empty hall. Relief flooded through Harry as Professor Flitwick lifted the hat from his head. Gryffindor, the House of the Brave. The house his parents had belonged to, according to Hagrid. Maybe, just maybe, he would find a true home there. "Excellent," McGonagall said, and Harry thought he detected a hint of pride beneath her professional tone. As head of Gryffindor, she would continue to have a direct role in his life at Hogwarts. "I'll show you to your dormitory after dinner, Mr. Potter." "Congratulations, Mr. Potter," Professor Sprout said warmly. "Gryffindor is gaining a fine young man." Snape's face remained impassive, though Harry thought he saw something flicker in those cold black eyes, disappointment, perhaps. The potions master gave a curt nod before turning to leave without a word. "Now then," Madam Bones said, "before the other students arrive, there are a few matters we should discuss." Harry's stomach sank. More discussions about the Dursleys. More questions about his abuse. As if reading his thoughts, Madam Bones smiled reassuringly. "Nothing to worry about, Mr. Potter. Simply some updates on the investigation and arrangements for your continued care." They moved to a small antechamber off the Great Hall, the same room Harry would later learn was where the Triwizard Champions would gather in his fourth year. Comfortable chairs had been arranged around a low table, giving the space an informal feel despite the serious conversation to come. First, Madam Bones began once they were all seated. "I wanted to inform you that formal charges have been filed against Vernon and Petunia Dursley in both Muggle and Magical courts. The evidence gathered from your testimony and medical examination was conclusive." Harry nodded, unsure how to feel. The reality of the Dursleys facing consequences still seemed abstract, dreamlike. "What happens to them now?" he asked. "They will remain in custody while awaiting trial," Madam Bones explained. "The Muggle authorities have been cooperative, thanks to our contacts in their government. Your cousin remains with his aunt for the time being, though he will be required to participate in counseling." Harry tried to imagine Dudley in therapy and failed. His cousin would hate it, would probably blame Harry for it, but perhaps it might help him become less of a bully. "As for your long-term placement," she continued, "that brings us to our second topic. Professor McGonagall's temporary guardianship will need to be formalized or transferred to a permanent guardian. We've been reviewing your parents' will, you found it? Harry interrupted, leaning forward eagerly. Madame Bones exchanged a glance with McGonagall. Yes and no. We found references to it in ministry records, but the actual document appears to have been sealed after their deaths. By order of the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. Dumbledore, McGonagall supplied, her lips thinning. Indeed, Madame Bones confirmed. We're in the process of having that seal broken, but legal proceedings take time, even with the current political climate. What does that mean? Harry asked, confused. It means, Professor Sprout interjected gently, that the public outcry over your situation has created pressure for swift action, but also complicated matters considerably. The wizarding world is outraged on your behalf, Mr. Potter, Madame Bones explained. The Daily Prophet has published 3 special editions since yesterday. The Minister for Magic has made a public statement promising a full investigation into how the boy who lived came to be placed with abusive muggles. The Wizengamot has called an emergency session. Harry stared at her in dismay. All because of me? Not because of you, McGonagall corrected firmly. Because of what was done to you, and the failures of those responsible for your welfare. The important thing, Madame Bones continued, is that amidst all this political maneuvering, your actual needs and wishes aren't lost. Which brings me to my question, do you have any thoughts on where, or with whom, you might want to live? Harry blinked, taken aback. No adult had ever asked his opinion on something so important before. I don't really know many wizarding families, he admitted. The Weasleys were nice to me, but they already have so many children. The Weasleys would take you in a heartbeat, Professor Sprout said with a kind smile. Though you're right that their resources are already stretched thin. There are several families who have formally offered to take guardianship, Madame Bones informed him. Some with genuine concern for your welfare, others. She hesitated. Others perhaps more interested in the prestige of raising the boy who lived. Harry winced at the title. I don't want to live with someone who just wants that. The famous Harry Potter. He looked down at his hands. I just want somewhere I can be normal. Where I belong. The adults exchanged glances again, a silent communication passing between them. There is another option, McGonagall said carefully. One that might provide both stability and protection from those who might seek to use you for political gain. What is it? Harry asked warily. I could continue as your guardian, she proposed. Not merely temporarily, but formally. You would live here at Hogwarts during term, of course, and during summers you could either remain in the castle or stay at my family home in the Highlands. Harry stared at her, unable to hide his shock. You'd want to do that? For me? McGonagall's expression softened. Mr. Potter, Harry, I failed you once before, when I didn't insist on checking on your welfare at the Dursleys. I do not intend to fail you again. She straightened in her chair. I am not offering out of guilt or obligation, but because I believe it would be in your best interest. And because, frankly, I have come to care about your welfare a great deal in a very short time. Harry didn't know what to say. The idea that this formidable witch wanted to be his guardian, wanted him, Harry, not the boy who lived, was overwhelming. You don't need to decide immediately, Madame Bones assured him. This is a significant decision that deserves careful consideration. And there may yet be other options once your parents' will is unsealed, Professor Flitwick added. There could be specific guardianship provisions we're currently unaware of. I understand, Harry said, though his mind was still reeling. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. For offering. McGonagall nodded briskly, though Harry thought he caught a hint of warmth in her eyes. Now, I believe dinner will be starting shortly. Are you feeling up to eating in the Great Hall tonight? Your place at the Gryffindor table awaits, but if you'd prefer, meals can be sent to your quarters for another day or two. Harry hesitated. The thought of facing the entire school again was daunting, but hiding away wouldn't make the whispers stop. Better to face it head-on. I'll eat in the hall, he decided. Excellent, McGonagall said, standing. Mr. Weasley and his brothers have been most persistent in asking after you. I expect they'll be pleased to officially welcome you to Gryffindor. As if on cue, the distant rumble of hundreds of students filing into the great hall reached them through the door. Harry took a deep breath, squaring his shoulders as he prepared to face his peers. Mr. Potter, Madam Bones said before they left the antechamber, one more thing. Headmaster Dumbledore's meeting with the Board of Governors today is to determine whether he will remain at Hogwarts, at least for the duration of the investigation. Whatever they decide, I want to assure you that your safety and well-being are the Ministry's highest priority. Harry nodded, not quite trusting himself to speak. The idea that Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the age, according to everyone he'd met, might lose his position because of what happened to Harry was difficult to process. Come along, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, opening the door. Your house is waiting. The moment Harry entered the great hall beside Professor McGonagall, a hush fell over the assembled students. Every head turned, every conversation halted. Harry kept his eyes fixed on the Gryffindor table, where he could see Ron's red hair standing out among the crowd. Then, to Harry's astonishment, the Weasley twins stood up and began to clap. The sound echoed in the silence, two pairs of hands striking together in steady rhythm. They were joined by Lee Jordan, then by Ron and Percy, then by Hermione and Neville, then by the entire Gryffindor table. Within seconds, the Hufflepuffs had joined in, then the Ravenclaws. Even a few Slytherins were applauding, though most sat with arms firmly crossed. It wasn't the raucous cheering that normally greeted a newly sorted student. It was something more solemn, a gesture of solidarity, of recognition. As Harry walked the length of the hall toward the Gryffindor table, the applause followed him, a wave of support from people who, just days ago, had been strangers. Ron scooted over to make room for him on the bench. Welcome to Gryffindor, mate, he said with a grin that looked only slightly forced. Knew you'd end up here. Thanks, Harry replied, genuinely touched. As the applause died down and normal conversation gradually resumed, Harry noticed the empty chair at the center of the high table. Dumbledore's absence was like a physical presence, a gap that drew the eye precisely because it shouldn't have been there. Where's Dumbledore? Someone nearby whispered loudly enough for Harry to hear. Board of Governors called him in, another voice answered. My dad's on the board, says they're voting whether to suspend him. Harry tried to ignore the whispers, focusing instead on filling his plate with the feast that had appeared before them. The rich aromas made his mouth water, though he noticed Madame Pomfrey had been serious about his nutrition regimen. A small vial of potion had appeared beside his goblet. You have to drink that with every meal? Ron asked, eyeing the vial with sympathy. Harry nodded, uncorking it and downing the contents in one gulp. To his surprise, it tasted faintly of honey and cinnamon rather than the awful bitterness he'd expected. Nutritional supplement, he explained, setting the empty vial down. Madame Pomfrey says I need it for a while. Ron looked like he wanted to say more, but was interrupted by the arrival of nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, who drifted through the table to hover beside Harry. Mr. Potter, the ghost said with formal dignity, doffing his plumed hat and bowing so low his head wobbled dangerously on its partially severed neck. On behalf of the honored dead of Hogwarts, I wish to convey our deepest apologies. Apologies? Harry repeated, confused. For what? For failing in our duty as guardians of this castle and its inhabitants, Nick replied solemnly. We ghosts see much that the living do not, yet we failed to notice your plight. Had we known how you were treated in the Muggle world, we would have raised the alarm with the headmistress of your parents' day. Before Harry could formulate a response to this extraordinary statement, Nick continued, your parents were well loved in Gryffindor Tower, Mr. Potter. James in particular was a frequent conversationalist of mine. He would be proud to see you joining his house, and furious at the treatment you endured. With that, the ghost bowed again and drifted away, leaving Harry staring after him with a lump in his throat. The casual mention of his father, of James Potter as a real person who had walked these halls, who had spoken with this same ghost, hit him with unexpected force. "Blimey," Ron said quietly. "I've never seen Nick so serious before." "The ghosts never apologize for anything," Percy added, leaning across the table. "Not even when Peeves acts in their name. This is unprecedented." Harry didn't know how to feel about being the cause of so many unprecedented things in his short time at Hogwarts. He turned his attention back to his meal, hoping the focus would shift away from him soon. "No such luck." "Potter," called a voice from behind him. Harry turned to see a girl about his age with dark hair and a determined expression. She wore Hufflepuff colors and had her hand extended toward him. "Susan Bones. I believe you've met my aunt." "Oh," Harry said, shaking her hand awkwardly. "Yes, Madam Bones has been very helpful." "Good," Susan said firmly. "I just wanted to say, we've got your back. All of us." She gestured to the Hufflepuff table, where several students nodded in agreement. "What happened to you shouldn't happen to anyone. And what Dumbledore did, or didn't do, isn't right either." Harry shifted uncomfortably. "Thanks, but really, I don't want to cause trouble." "You're not causing anything," Susan interrupted. "The adults who failed you are the ones who caused this. We're just making sure they fix it." With a determined nod, she returned to her table. "That's Amelia Bones' niece?" Ron asked, impressed. "No wonder she organized the protest this morning." "What exactly happened with that?" Harry asked, grateful for the slight shift in topic. Hermione, who had been uncharacteristically quiet until now, leaned forward. "It started with the Hufflepuffs refusing to leave breakfast until someone from the Ministry came to update us on your situation. Then the Ravenclaws joined in, saying it was a matter of educational ethics. Most of the Gryffindors supported it too." She glanced toward the Slytherin table. "Some Slytherins as well, though not as many. The prefects presented a list of demands," Percy added, sitting up straighter. "Transparency about the investigation, assurances of your safety, and a review of how Hogwarts monitors the welfare of all students, particularly those from Muggle backgrounds." "It was brilliant," Ron said, grinning. "Professor McGonagall didn't even try to stop it. I think she might have been proud, actually." Harry had a hard time imagining the stern deputy headmistress approving of a student protest, but then, she had certainly shown her own outrage at his situation. "Madam Bones came and addressed everyone," Hermione continued. "She said the investigation was proceeding and that you were receiving proper care. She also announced a new program to improve monitoring of all students' home situations, especially Muggle-raised ones. The school governors arrived right after," Ron added. "Called Dumbledore to an emergency meeting. He's been gone all day." As if summoned by the mention of his name, the doors to the Great Hall swung open, and Albus Dumbledore strode in. The headmaster looked older than he had 2 days ago, the lines on his face deeper, his shoulders slightly stooped beneath his magnificent purple robes. The customary twinkle in his blue eyes was notably absent. The hall fell silent once more as Dumbledore made his way to the high table. Harry noticed that several of the professors, McGonagall included, were watching him with expressions ranging from concern to barely concealed hostility. Dumbledore did not sit in his usual throne-like chair at the center of the table. Instead, he remained standing, his hands resting lightly on the table's edge as he surveyed the great hall. "Good evening," he said, his voice carrying easily despite its quiet tone. "I will not keep you from your excellent dinner for long. I merely wish to inform you all of a decision that has been reached today." The tension in the hall was palpable. Harry felt his heart beating faster, though he couldn't have said why. "Effective immediately, I will be taking a leave of absence from my position as headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." A collective gasp rippled through the hall, followed by an explosion of whispers. Dumbledore raised a hand for silence. "This is a voluntary decision, made in consultation with the Board of Governors. Professor McGonagall will serve as acting headmistress during my absence, with Professor Flitwick assuming the role of acting deputy headmaster." Harry glanced at McGonagall, whose expression revealed nothing of her thoughts on this announcement. "I believe this arrangement is in the best interests of Hogwarts during this difficult time," Dumbledore continued. "It will allow for a thorough and impartial investigation into recent events, while ensuring the school continues to provide the excellent education you all deserve." His gaze swept the hall, briefly meeting Harry's before moving on. "I have always considered Hogwarts my home, and each of you as under my protection. That one of you has suffered so greatly represents my greatest failure as an educator and as a human being." The sincerity in his voice was unmistakable, yet Harry found himself strangely unmoved. Words, however eloquent, couldn't erase years of neglect and suffering. "In my absence, I ask that you continue your studies with diligence, treat one another with kindness, and remember that it is our choices that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities." Dumbledore's gaze found Harry again. "Some choices, once made, cannot be undone, but we can always choose a better path forward." With that cryptic statement, Dumbledore bowed slightly to the students, then to the staff, and left the great hall without another word. In his wake, the volume in the hall rose to a dull roar as students at every table began discussing this unprecedented development. Harry caught fragments of conversation from all sides. "Never happened in Hogwarts history, forced out, has to be, deserves worse for what he did to Potter, political move, saving face, blimey," Ron breathed beside him. "Dumbledore's actually gone." "Not permanently," Hermione pointed out. "He said leave of absence, not resignation." "Still," Percy interjected, looking troubled, "for Albus Dumbledore to step aside, even temporarily, this is historic." Harry didn't know how to feel. Part of him was stunned that his situation had led to the removal, temporary or not, of the most famous wizard in Britain from his position at Hogwarts. Another part felt a cold satisfaction that Dumbledore was facing consequences for his actions. And still another part worried about what this meant for Hogwarts, for the wizarding world, and for Harry himself. "Does this change anything about, your guardianship?" Ron asked quietly. "I'm not sure," Harry replied honestly. "Professor McGonagall offered to become my permanent guardian, but that was before she became acting headmistress. It might complicate things." Hermione's eyes widened. "Professor McGonagall offered to be your guardian? That's unprecedented." "You keep using that word," Ron noted. "Because unprecedented things keep happening," Hermione retorted. The Sorting Hat's proclamation, the student protest, Dumbledore stepping down, and now this? It's like the whole wizarding world is being shaken up. She wasn't wrong, Harry thought. In less than 48 hours, his life and seemingly the entire magical community had been turned upside down. All because a 1,000-year-old hat had shouted one word, abuse. After dinner, McGonagall personally escorted Harry to Gryffindor Tower, accompanied by Ron, Hermione, and the other first-years who had finally been sorted. As they walked, she explained the changes to her schedule now that she was acting headmistress. "Professor Sinistra will temporarily take over some of my transfiguration classes," she informed them, "though I will continue teaching the Newt-level students. As for my duties as head of Gryffindor House..." She hesitated. "For the time being, I will retain that role as well, though if the current arrangement continues, a permanent replacement will need to be found." "Who would replace you, Professor?" Hermione asked curiously. "That remains to be determined, Miss Granger," McGonagall replied. "Now, the password is, Caput Draconis." They had arrived at a portrait of a very fat woman in a pink silk dress, the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, Harry realized. The portrait swung open at the password, revealing a cozy circular room filled with squashy armchairs, tables, and a roaring fire. "This is the Gryffindor Common Room," McGonagall announced. "Boys' dormitories are up the stairs and to the left, girls to the right. Mr. Potter, your belongings have been moved to the first-year boys' dormitory." Harry felt a surge of excitement. After his brief taste of private quarters, he was eager to experience the normal Hogwarts routine, to sleep in a dormitory like any other student. "Thank you, Professor," he said sincerely. McGonagall nodded briskly. I will see you all at breakfast. Good evening. As she turned to leave, she added in a quieter voice, Mr. Potter, my office remains open to you at any time, should you need anything. Acting headmistress or not, I am still your guardian for the present. With that, she departed, leaving Harry with a warm feeling that had nothing to do with the fire crackling in the grate. He followed Ron up the spiral staircase to their dormitory, where 5 four-poster beds awaited. His trunk sat at the foot of one, Hedwig's empty cage perched on top. The snowy owl herself was presumably out hunting. This one's yours, Ron said unnecessarily, pointing to Harry's bed. I'm next to you. That's Neville, Dean, and Seamus. He indicated the other boys who had followed them up. Nice to officially meet you, Dean Thomas said, extending his hand. He was tall and black, with an easy smile that Harry immediately liked. Bit of a dramatic entrance you made yesterday. Yeah, not exactly how I planned to start school, Harry admitted, shaking Dean's hand. My mum wrote me this morning, Seamus Finnegan said, his Irish accent strong as he unpacked his trunk. Says the whole wizarding world's in an uproar. Her cousin works at the ministry, says they're talking about a complete overhaul of magical child protection laws. Might even name it after you. Harry groaned. Please no. I've had enough things named after me already. At the other's curious looks, he explained, there are books about me, did you know? Fiction books. Harry Potter and the Dragon's Treasure. Harry Potter Saves Christmas. All rubbish, since I was actually locked in a cupboard most of those years. The casual reference to his abuse created an awkward silence. Harry immediately regretted it. Sorry, he muttered. I didn't mean to. No, mate, we're sorry, Ron interrupted firmly. What happened to you was horrible, and you shouldn't have to tiptoe around it to make us feel comfortable. Neville nodded vigorously in agreement, though he seemed too shy to speak up. Ron's right, Dean added. My stepdad's a social worker in the Muggle world. He always says the worst thing you can do for someone who's been through something bad is to make them feel like they can't talk about it. Harry felt a rush of gratitude toward his new dorm mates. Thanks, he said simply. They finished unpacking in companionable conversation, the topic shifting to more typical first-year concerns, what classes would be like, which professors were strict, whether any of them would make the Quidditch team, not likely, as first-years weren't allowed their own brooms. By the time they changed into pajamas and climbed into their four-posters, Harry felt almost normal, just another Hogwarts student excited about the year ahead. As he drifted off to sleep, the gentle snores of his dorm mates around him, he thought that for the first time in his life, he might have found somewhere he truly belonged. Morning brought chaos. Harry awoke to find Ron shaking his shoulder urgently. Harry, wake up. You've got to see this. Blearily reaching for his glasses, Harry sat up to find all 4 of his dorm mates gathered around a copy of the Daily Prophet that Dean was holding. What is it? He asked, yawning. In answer, Dean thrust the newspaper at him. The headline made Harry's stomach drop, Sirius Black, innocent. New evidence in Potter betrayal case emerges amid abuse scandal. Below was a split image, on one side, a haggard man with wild black hair and hollow eyes screaming as he was dragged away by guards, on the other, a younger version of the same man, handsome and grinning, with his arm thrown casually around the shoulders of a man who could only be Harry's father. Sirius Black, Harry whispered, remembering Hagrid's mention of the name. Who is he? He's the bloke they say betrayed your parents to you-know-who, Ron explained, his face pale. But now they're saying he might not have done it. Not just that, Seamus added excitedly. Read the article. He's your godfather, Harry. Says so right there, James Potter named him your guardian in their will. Harry's hands shook as he read the article. In a shocking development connected to the Harry Potter abuse revelations, sources within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement confirmed that new evidence has emerged casting doubt on the guilt of Sirius Black, who was imprisoned without trial following the deaths of James and Lily Potter in 1981. Black, who was widely believed to have betrayed the Potters to he who must not be named and subsequently murdered 12 Muggles and wizard Peter Pettigrew, was named as Harry Potter's godfather and legal guardian in the Potters' will, according to documents recently unsealed by order of acting head of the DMLE, Amelia Bones. The will explicitly states that in the event of the Potters' deaths, custody of their son was to go to Sirius Black, reveals a ministry source who requested anonymity. If Black was unavailable, a list of alternate guardians was provided, including Alice and Frank Longbottom, Remus Lupin, and Minerva McGonagall. Nowhere does the will mention Petunia and Vernon Dursley, the Muggle relatives with whom Dumbledore placed young Harry. The revelation has prompted a review of Black's case, with disturbing findings. Black was never given a trial before being sent to Azkaban, a direct violation of wizarding law. The evidence against him was largely circumstantial, and key witnesses were never questioned under veritaserum. In light of these irregularities, and considering Mr. Black's status as Harry Potter's named guardian, we are expediting a full review of his case, Madame Bones stated in a press release last night. If miscarriages of justice have occurred, they will be rectified, regardless of who was responsible. While the investigation continues, Harry Potter remains under the temporary guardianship of Minerva McGonagall, newly appointed acting headmistress of Hogwarts following Albus Dumbledore's leave of absence. For more on Sirius Black's relationship with the Potters, see page 4. For analysis of how this development impacts the Dumbledore investigation, see page 7. Harry stared at the paper, his mind reeling. A godfather. He had a godfather, one who might have been innocent all these years. One who should have raised him instead of the Dursleys. Harry? Ron's voice seemed to come from far away. You okay, mate? I don't know, Harry answered honestly. I need to talk to Professor McGonagall. Better hurry then, Dean advised, checking his watch. Breakfast ends in 20 minutes, and classes start right after. Harry dressed in record time, barely remembering to grab his class schedule and bag before racing down the spiral staircase and through the common room. He needed answers, and he needed them now. The great hall was half empty by the time he arrived, most students having already finished breakfast and headed to their first classes. McGonagall wasn't at the high table. Harry hesitated, unsure where to go next, when a familiar silky voice spoke from behind him. Seeking the acting headmistress, Potter. She is in the headmaster's, or rather, headmistress's, office. No doubt dealing with the fallout from this morning's journalistic endeavors. Harry turned to find Professor Snape regarding him with an unreadable expression. Thank you, sir, he said, surprised by the voluntary assistance. Do you know the password? I need to speak with her urgently. Something that might have been sympathy flickered across Snape's sallow features. I imagine you do. He hesitated, then added, the password is Athena's wisdom. The gargoyle guards the entrance on the second floor, east corridor. Thank you, Professor, Harry repeated, turning to go. Potter. Harry paused, looking back at the potion's master. The truth is rarely simple and never convenient, Snape said cryptically. Remember that when you hear the story of Sirius Black. Before Harry could ask what he meant, Snape had turned in a swirl of black robes and strode away. Puzzled but determined, Harry made his way to the second floor, where he found the stone gargoyle Snape had mentioned. It sprang aside at the password, revealing a moving spiral staircase that carried Harry upward to a polished oak door with a brass knocker. He knocked tentatively, then with more confidence when a familiar voice called, Enter. McGonagall sat behind an enormous claw-footed desk, surrounded by stacks of parchment and what appeared to be several howlers, mercifully unopened. The circular office was filled with strange silver instruments and portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses, many of whom were peering at Harry with undisguised interest. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, setting down her quill. I expected you might seek me out this morning. I take it you've seen the prophet? Harry nodded, approaching the desk. Is it true? About Sirius Black being my godfather? About him being innocent? McGonagall sighed deeply. Sit down, Mr. Potter. She waited until he had taken a seat before continuing. The truth is, I don't know. Sirius Black was indeed named as your godfather, that much is confirmed by your parents' will, which has finally been unsealed. As for his innocence. She spread her hands. The evidence now suggests he may not have received proper due process. That doesn't necessarily mean he's innocent, merely that his guilt was never properly established. But he was my parents' friend, Harry persisted. Their best friend, according to the article. Why would he betray them? That was the question that haunted us all, McGonagall admitted. Sirius Black and James Potter were inseparable at Hogwarts, more like brothers than friends. That he would betray James to Voldemort seemed incomprehensible, yet the evidence at the time appeared overwhelming. What evidence? Harry demanded. McGonagall's lips thinned. Your parents were under a powerful protection spell called the Fidelius Charm. It conceals a secret, in this case, their location, inside a single living person, known as the Secret Keeper. Only the Secret Keeper can reveal that information to others. Sirius Black was widely believed to be your parents' secret keeper. When they were found by Voldemort, the logical conclusion was that Black had revealed their location. But what if he wasn't the secret keeper? Harry pressed, his mind racing. What if someone else was? That is precisely what Madame Bones is investigating, McGonagall confirmed. There is, a possibility, it seems, that Peter Pettigrew may have been the actual secret keeper. Pettigrew was another friend of your parents, though not as close as Black. The man Black supposedly killed? Yes. According to the accepted version of events, Black cornered Pettigrew on a Muggle street the day after your parents' deaths. Pettigrew accused Black of betraying James and Lily, then Black supposedly blew up the street, killing Pettigrew and 12 Muggle bystanders. McGonagall's expression was troubled. But recent magical forensic reviews of the scene suggest the explosion may have originated from where Pettigrew was standing, not Black. Harry tried to process this information. So Black might have been innocent all along. He might have spent 10 years in Azkaban for something he didn't do. It's looking increasingly likely, McGonagall admitted. Though I caution you against getting your hopes too high, Mr. Potter. The investigation is ongoing, and Azkaban changes people. Even if Black is innocent, he may not be, well, he may not be capable of assuming guardianship after a decade with the Dementors. Dementors? The guards of Azkaban. Foul creatures that feed on happiness and hope, leaving their victims with only their worst memories and emotions. A shadow passed across McGonagall's face. Few remain sane after extended exposure. Harry felt sick at the thought. If Sirius Black was innocent, he had not only lost his best friends but had been wrongfully imprisoned in what sounded like hell on earth for a decade. And all while Harry suffered at the Dursleys, when he could have been raised by someone who actually wanted him. I want to meet him, Harry said suddenly, surprising even himself with the conviction in his voice. If there's any chance he's innocent, I want to meet my godfather. McGonagall regarded him with a mixture of concern and respect. That may be possible, eventually. For now, Madame Bones has ordered him transferred from Azkaban to a secure ward at St. Mungo's for evaluation. If he's deemed stable enough for visitors, and if the investigation continues to support his innocence, I will do everything in my power to arrange a meeting. It wasn't the immediate yes Harry had hoped for, but it was something. He nodded, throat tight with emotions he couldn't quite name. Now, McGonagall continued, glancing at the clock on the wall, you should be heading to your first class. Charms with Professor Flitwick, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Professor, Harry said, standing reluctantly. There were 100 more questions he wanted to ask, but they would have to wait. Mr. Potter, McGonagall called as he reached the door. I meant what I said before. My offer of guardianship stands, regardless of what happens with Sirius Black. Should he be exonerated but unable to care for you, or should you prefer other arrangements, the choice will be yours. The idea that he, Harry, would have a choice in where he lived, a real choice, not just the grim options of cupboard or bedroom with bars, was still strange and wonderful. "Thank you, Professor," he said sincerely. As Harry hurried to his first class, his mind buzzed with all he had learned. A godfather who might be innocent. Parents who had made plans for him, who hadn't simply abandoned him to fate. A will that had been sealed, by Dumbledore, that might have spared him years of misery. He was so lost in thought that he almost collided with someone rounding a corner. "Watch where you're, oh, Potter. Just the boy I was looking for." Harry looked up to find Draco Malfoy standing before him, flanked as usual by Crabbe and Goyle. But unlike their previous encounters, Malfoy wasn't sneering. He looked almost uncomfortable. "What do you want, Malfoy?" Harry asked warily. "I'm going to be late for charms." "This won't take long," Malfoy said, straightening his already immaculate robes. "I wanted to, that is." He seemed to be struggling with something. Finally, he blurted, "No one should be treated the way you were by those muggles." Harry stared at him, speechless. "Even my father agrees," Malfoy continued, apparently warming to his subject now that he'd started. "He says it's a disgrace, keeping a wizarding child with muggles who abused him. Says it proves his point about Dumbledore's unfitness and about muggles in general." "Right," Harry said slowly, unsure where this was going. "Anyway," Malfoy said, lifting his chin with something of his usual hauteur, "I may have been hasty in my assessment of you on the train. My offer of friendship still stands, if you're interested in associating with the right sort of wizarding families." Harry regarded Malfoy thoughtfully. Was this a genuine olive branch or some kind of political positioning? Either way, the timing was suspicious. "I appreciate the thought, Malfoy," he said carefully, "but I'm not interested in dividing wizards into the right sort and the wrong sort. I think I can tell who the wrong sort are for myself, thanks." Malfoy's pale face flushed pink. For a moment, Harry thought he might lash out, but instead, the Slytherin gave a stiff nod. "Fair enough, Potter. The offer stands, regardless." He gestured to Crabbe and Goyle. "Come on, we'll be late for Transfiguration." As the trio walked away, Harry shook his head in bewilderment. Apparently, the revelation of his abuse had shifted something in the wizarding world's perception of him. He wasn't just the boy who lived anymore, he was the boy who suffered, and somehow that changed the calculations of even someone like Draco Malfoy. By the time Harry slipped into the charms classroom, Professor Flitwick had already begun taking roll. The tiny professor squeaked in surprise when he called Harry's name and found him actually present, as if he'd expected Harry to be elsewhere dealing with the morning's revelations. "Here, Professor," Harry confirmed, sliding into a seat beside Ron, who shot him a questioning look. "Did you see McGonagall?" Ron whispered as Flitwick continued with the roll. Harry nodded, promising to fill him in later. For now, he wanted to focus on actually learning magic. After everything that had happened, the normalcy of a classroom was exactly what he needed. Professor Flitwick's lesson was fascinating, an introduction to the theory of charms, followed by their first practical attempt at the levitation charm. By the end of class, only Hermione had successfully made her feather float, though Harry's had twitched promisingly. As they gathered their things to head to their next class, Professor Flitwick called, "Mr. Potter, a moment please." Harry approached the professor's desk, wondering if he was in trouble for his late arrival. "Mr. Potter," Flitwick said kindly once the other students had filed out, "I merely wanted to check that you're coping well with everything." He gestured vaguely, encompassing the entire situation. "I knew your mother quite well, you know. She had an extraordinary talent for charms." "You knew my mum?" Harry asked eagerly. Flitwick's face lit up. "Indeed. Lily Evans was perhaps the most naturally gifted charms student I've ever taught. She had an intuitive understanding of magical theory that went far beyond mere spellcasting. After graduation, I tried to persuade her to pursue a charms mastery, but by then the war was intensifying, and she had other priorities." Harry drank in this new information about his mother. What was she like? As a person, I mean. Kind, Flitwick said immediately. Fiercely intelligent, but never cruel with it. She stood up for those who couldn't stand up for themselves, had quite a temper when faced with injustice. His expression softened. You have her eyes, you know. Not just the color, the way you look at the world. Observant. Thoughtful. Something warm expanded in Harry's chest. All his life, he'd been told he looked like his father but had his mother's eyes. But this was the first time anyone had suggested he might have inherited something more meaningful from Lily Potter than just her eye color. Thank you, Professor, he said, his voice slightly rough. That means a lot. Flitwick smiled warmly. You're welcome, Mr. Potter. Now, you'd best hurry to your next class. And remember, my door is always open if you need anything, whether it's help with charms or anything else. The rest of the morning passed in a blur of new classes and information. Harry tried to focus on his studies, but his mind kept returning to Sirius Black. By lunchtime, the entire school was buzzing with the news. Harry could feel eyes following him everywhere, though most students had the decency to at least pretend they weren't staring. As he, Ron, and Hermione entered the Great Hall for lunch, they were intercepted by a tall, lanky boy with red hair, another Weasley, judging by his appearance. Charlie! Ron exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? I thought you were in Romania. Got here an hour ago, the older Weasley replied, clapping his brother on the shoulder. Dumbledore's left the school, the boy who lived turns out to have been abused for years, and Sirius Black might be innocent. Did you really think I'd miss all this? Despite his light tone, his expression was serious as he turned to Harry. You must be Harry. Ron wrote about meeting you on the train. Harry shook Charlie's offered hand. Nice to meet you. Are you visiting Hogwarts? Charlie shook his head. Actually, I'm here for a job interview. McGonagall needs someone to take over care of magical creatures temporarily while Kettleburn recovers from his latest injury, and to help with some of her teaching load. You're going to be a professor? Ron asked, gobsmacked. Assistant professor, possibly, Charlie corrected. For a term or two at most. I'm still committed to the Dragon Reserve in the long run, but they've agreed to a short sabbatical. He lowered his voice. Between us, I think Mom had something to do with it. She's been after me to come back to Britain since the news about Harry broke. Harry shifted uncomfortably. I'm sorry if I caused trouble for your family. Charlie's expression softened. You didn't cause anything, Harry. And there's no trouble. Mum's just, well, she's a force of nature when it comes to kids in need. Nearly blew the roof off the burrow when she read about what those muggles did to you. Sent howlers to Dumbledore, the minister, and half the Wizengamot demanding justice. He grinned. Dad had to talk her out of coming to Hogwarts herself to check on you. Though I wouldn't be surprised if you get an invitation to stay with us at Christmas. The idea of spending Christmas with the Weasleys, a real family Christmas, not watching from the sidelines as Dudley opened mountains of presents, made Harry's chest ache with longing. That would be brilliant, he said honestly. Well, I'd better get to my interview, Charlie said, checking his watch. McGonagall doesn't appreciate tardiness, acting headmistress or not. See you around, Harry. Look after my little brother, will you? As Charlie strode away, Ron turned to Harry with an embarrassed grin. Sorry about that. My family's a bit wonderful, Harry finished for him. Your family seems wonderful, Ron. Ron's ears turned pink. Yeah, well, they're all right, I suppose. Come on, let's get some lunch before Hermione drags us to the library to study for classes we haven't even had yet. That's a very sensible idea, actually, Hermione said primly, though her lips twitched with suppressed amusement. Lunch was interrupted by the arrival of the afternoon mail. Hundreds of owls swooped into the Great Hall, dropping letters and packages to their recipients. To Harry's surprise, a handsome tawny owl landed gracefully beside his plate, extending its leg to offer a sealed parchment. "Who's writing to you?" Ron asked around a mouthful of shepherd's pie. "No idea," Harry replied, taking the letter cautiously. The envelope bore the seal of the Ministry of Magic. Breaking it open, he found a brief note written in neat, precise handwriting. "Mr. Potter, progress continues on the Black investigation. Initial Veritaserum questioning has yielded promising results, though St. Mungo's mind healers advise a careful approach given his fragile mental state after Azkaban. He has asked repeatedly about your welfare. I have enclosed a photograph that may be of interest to you. It was found among the personal effects seized from Black's flat in 1981 and has been kept in Ministry evidence storage since then. Regards, Amelia Bones, acting head, DMLE." Harry turned the envelope over and a small photograph slid out. His breath caught as he examined it. The image showed a young couple dancing in what appeared to be a garden, autumn leaves swirling around their feet. The man was tall with untidy black hair and glasses, laughing as he twirled the woman, whose dark red hair fanned out behind her. They looked so young, so happy, so alive. His parents. Harry stared at the photograph, drinking in every detail. They couldn't have been much older than 20 when this was taken. His father's arm was wrapped protectively around his mother's waist, her head thrown back in laughter as they moved to music Harry couldn't hear. Occasionally, James Potter would look down at Lily with such naked adoration that Harry had to glance away, feeling like he was intruding on a private moment. "Harry?" Hermione's voice was gentle. "Are you all right?" He nodded, not trusting himself to speak. "Is that?" Ron asked, peering at the photograph. "My parents," Harry confirmed, his voice rough. "Madam Bones found it among Sirius Black's things." He passed the photo to his friends, watching as they examined it with appropriate reverence before handing it back. Harry carefully tucked it into his robe's pocket, close to his heart. Later, he would find a proper place for it, but for now, he wanted it near. The rest of the day passed in a haze. Harry attended his classes, took notes, practiced spells, but his mind was elsewhere, with a gaunt man in a hospital bed asking about him, with a laughing couple dancing in an autumn garden, with the possibility of a future different from anything he had imagined. That evening, as Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room attempting to focus on his Transfiguration homework, Percy Weasley approached him with an official-looking envelope. "This just arrived for you, Harry," he said, handing it over. "Special delivery from the Ministry." Harry opened it with Ron and Hermione watching curiously over his shoulders. Inside was a formal document, Ministry of Magic, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Notice of Hearing re. Guardianship of Harry James Potter. A preliminary hearing will be held on September 7, 1991 at 10 a.m. in Courtroom 3 of the Ministry of Magic to review the guardianship status of Harry James Potter, Dobie, July 31, 1980, in light of recent developments. The following parties are requested to attend: Harry James Potter, Subject Minor, Minerva McGonagall, Current Temporary Guardian, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Former Magical Guardian, representatives from the Department of Magical Children's Services depending on medical clearance. Sirius Black may also be in attendance to address matters related to the guardianship provisions in the will of James and Lily Potter. The hearing will be closed to the public and press to protect the privacy of the minor involved. Amelia Susan Bones, acting head, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Blimey, Ron breathed. This is really happening. Harry stared at the parchment, a mixture of hope and anxiety swirling in his chest. In just a few days, his future would begin to take shape. Would he end up with Professor McGonagall? With his godfather, if he proved innocent? Or would the Ministry place him with some unknown wizarding family? For the first time in his life, Harry Potter dared to hope that wherever he ended up, it would be with someone who actually wanted him. That night, as Harry lay in his four-poster listening to the soft breathing of his dorm mates, his mind raced with possibilities. The events set in motion by the Sorting Hat's proclamation were changing not just his life, but the very foundations of the wizarding world. Dumbledore removed from Hogwarts, Sirius Black potentially innocent, new child protection laws being considered, all because a magical hat had screamed one word that adults had failed to say for 10 long years. As he drifted toward sleep, the photograph of his parents dancing pressed safely beneath his pillow, Harry found himself feeling something unfamiliar, gratitude toward the Sorting Hat. Its intervention had been humiliating, yes, but it had also broken the chains that had bound Harry to a life of misery at Privet Drive. For the first time in his memory, Harry Potter fell asleep with a smile on his face, looking forward to what tomorrow might bring. September 7th dawned clear and crisp, the Scottish Highlands beginning to show the first hints of autumn. Harry woke early, stomach churning with nervous anticipation. Today was the day of the guardianship hearing, the day that would determine his future. McGonagall had arranged for a private flu connection from her office directly to the Ministry of Magic to avoid the press that had been camped outside Hogwarts since the story broke. Harry dressed with care in his best school robes, attempting unsuccessfully to flatten his hair. "Stop fussing," Ron advised as Harry checked his reflection for the third time. "You look fine. Just be yourself, that's what Mom always tells us before something important." "What if myself isn't good enough?" Harry asked, voicing the fear that had plagued him since receiving the hearing notice. "What if they decide I need to go somewhere else, not with McGonagall or Sirius Black?" "That won't happen," Hermione said firmly from the door of the boys' dormitory, where she waited to walk down with them. "The Ministry isn't going to make the same mistake twice, putting you somewhere you don't want to be. Besides, Professor McGonagall won't let them." Her confidence bolstered Harry's spirits somewhat. In the week since the Sorting Hat's revelation, McGonagall had proven herself a fierce advocate for his welfare, balancing her new duties as acting headmistress with regular check-ins on Harry's adjustment to Hogwarts. "Thanks, both of you," Harry said sincerely. "For everything." "That's what friends are for, mate," Ron replied with a shrug, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. After a quick breakfast, during which Harry could manage only a few bites of toast, he made his way to McGonagall's office. She was waiting for him, dressed in formal dark green robes, her hair pulled back in its usual severe bun. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," she said, her tone gentler than her appearance suggested. "Are you prepared?" Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. "The hearing will be relatively informal," McGonagall explained as she gestured toward the fireplace. "It's not a trial, merely a proceeding to determine what living arrangement would be in your best interest. Your opinion will be taken into consideration, though the final decision rests with the Ministry representatives." Will Sirius Black be there?" Harry asked. McGonagall's expression softened. "Yes. The healers at St. Mungo's have cleared him to attend for a short period. I must warn you, however, Mr. Black's time in Azkaban has taken a toll. He is much changed from the young man your parents knew." Harry nodded, steeling himself. "I understand. Very well. The full address is Ministry of Magic, Courtroom 3 Antechamber. Speak clearly, keep your elbows tucked in, and you'll arrive safely. I'll follow directly behind you." Taking a pinch of the glittering powder McGonagall offered, Harry threw it into the flames, which turned emerald green. He stepped into the fireplace, announced the destination as instructed, and was immediately whisked away in a dizzying rush of spinning fireplaces and flashing scenes. Just when he thought he might be sick, he was spat out onto a polished wooden floor. Coughing and disoriented, Harry straightened his glasses and took in his surroundings. He stood in a small, wood-paneled room with several comfortable chairs and a table bearing refreshments. A door on the far wall presumably led to the courtroom itself. Before he could explore further, the fireplace flared green again, and McGonagall stepped out with considerably more grace than Harry had managed. "Right on time," she said, brushing a speck of ash from her robes. "The others should be arriving shortly." As if on cue, the door opened, and Madame Bones entered, accompanied by a witch and wizard Harry didn't recognize. "Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall," Madame Bones greeted them. "Thank you for coming. May I introduce Madeline Thornwick from Magical Children's Services and Gawain Robards from the Auror office." Harry shook hands with both officials, noting the warm smile from Thornwick and the appraising look from Robards. "Is Professor Dumbledore here?" McGonagall asked, glancing around the small room. "He arrived 10 minutes ago and is waiting in the courtroom," Madam Bones replied. "As is Mr. Black." Harry's heart leapt. "Can I see him?" "Before the hearing, I mean." The adults exchanged glances. "I don't see why not," Madam Bones said after a moment. "A brief introduction might actually help proceedings run more smoothly. Madam Thornwick, would you escort Mr. Potter to meet his godfather?" The kindly witch nodded and gestured for Harry to follow her. As they approached the door, McGonagall called after him, "Remember what I said, Mr. Potter. Azkaban changes people." Harry nodded, his mouth suddenly dry as he followed Madam Thornwick into the courtroom. It was smaller than he had imagined, with a raised dais at one end where 3 ornate chairs awaited the officials who would preside over the hearing. Several rows of benches faced the dais, currently empty except for 2 men sitting far apart from each other. One was Albus Dumbledore, resplendent in midnight blue robes embroidered with silver stars. The other was a gaunt figure with long, matted black hair, dressed in plain grey robes that hung loosely on his skeletal frame. Sirius Black. As Harry entered, both men looked up. Dumbledore's blue eyes held their familiar twinkle, though shadowed with something like regret. But it was Sirius Black's reaction that caught Harry's breath. The man froze, his sunken eyes widening as they fixed on Harry's face. With a choked sound, he stood, swaying slightly as if his legs could barely support him. "Harry?" His voice was a rasp, as if long unused. "Is that really you?" Madam Thornwick placed a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. "Mr. Black has been cleared under Veritaserum questioning," she murmured. "He poses no threat to you, but remember, he's still recovering from his ordeal." Harry barely heard her. He was moving forward, drawn by the naked emotion on his godfather's ravaged face. As he approached, he could see that Black's hands were trembling, his skin waxy and pale against the dark prison tattoos visible at his wrists. "You look so much like James," Black whispered as Harry stopped before him. "But your eyes." "My mother's eyes," Harry finished automatically. "Everyone says so." A ghost of a smile touched Black's cracked lips. "Not everyone knew Lily like I did. They were extraordinary people, your parents." He seemed to be struggling for words. "Harry, there's so much I need to tell you, to explain." "You didn't betray them," Harry said simply. "That's what matters." Black's eyes filled with tears. "But I did, in a way. I convinced them to switch secret keepers, to use Peter instead of me. I thought I was being clever, that no one would suspect him." He shook his head, a tremor running through his gaunt frame. "If I hadn't suggested it. Then Voldemort would have come for you instead," Harry said firmly. "And my parents still might have died. It wasn't your fault." A single tear traced its way down Sirius's hollow cheek. "You're so like them both," he whispered. "James's courage and Lily's heart." Before Harry could respond, a side door opened, and several ministry officials entered, signaling that the hearing was about to begin. Madam Thornwick approached again, gently touching Harry's elbow. "It's time to take our seats, Mr. Potter," she said. "You'll have more opportunity to speak with Mr. Black after the proceedings." Harry nodded reluctantly, giving Sirius one last look before allowing himself to be led to a bench near the front of the courtroom. McGonagall joined him a moment later, her expression softening as she noticed his emotional state. "Are you all right?" she asked quietly. "Yeah," Harry replied, surprised to find it was true. Despite Sirius's haggard appearance and obvious trauma, something about their brief interaction had felt right. As if a missing piece had finally clicked into place. The hearing began with formal introductions. Madam Bones presided, flanked by 2 members of the Wisengamot whose names Harry immediately forgot. After establishing the purpose of the proceedings, she called upon representatives from Magical Children's Services to present their findings regarding Harry's situation. Madame Thornwick rose, a thick folder in her hands. Our investigation into the case of Harry James Potter has revealed systematic failures at multiple levels, she began, her voice professional but tinged with genuine outrage. The placement of Mr. Potter with his Muggle relatives, Petunia and Vernon Dursley, was executed without the standard home evaluation or follow-up monitoring required by our department's protocols. She opened the folder, removing several documents. Furthermore, the placement directly contravened the expressed wishes of James and Lily Potter as set forth in their will, which specifically excluded Petunia Dursley as a potential guardian for their son. A murmur ran through the small gathering. Harry glanced at Dumbledore, who sat with his head slightly bowed, his expression unreadable. The consequences of this irregular placement are now well documented, Madame Thornwick continued, her voice hardening. Mr. Potter endured a decade of systematic physical and emotional abuse, neglect, and mistreatment at the hands of the Dursleys. The medical evaluation conducted by Madame Poppy Pomfrey revealed evidence of malnutrition, improperly healed fractures, and other injuries consistent with ongoing abuse. Harry stared at his hands, heat rising in his face as his most humiliating secrets were laid bare in this formal setting. McGonagall placed a steadying hand on his shoulder. In light of these findings, Madame Thornwick concluded, it is the recommendation of Magical Children's Services that Harry Potter never be returned to the custody of Vernon and Petunia Dursley, who are currently facing criminal charges in both Muggle and Magical courts. Furthermore, we recommend that those responsible for Mr. Potter's placement be held accountable for their negligence. Her gaze shifted pointedly to Dumbledore, who remained impassive. Madame Bones nodded gravely. Thank you, Madame Thornwick. Mr. Dumbledore, as you were directly involved in Mr. Potter's placement with the Dursleys, the panel would like to hear your explanation. Dumbledore rose slowly, his aged hands clasped before him. Madame Bones, esteemed colleagues, and Harry, he began, his blue eyes finding Harry's across the courtroom. I cannot deny my responsibility in this tragic situation, nor would I seek to minimize the suffering Harry has endured as a result of my decisions. He paused, seeming to choose his words with great care. In the aftermath of James and Lily Potter's deaths and Voldemort's apparent defeat, I was guided by what I believed to be the greater good. The magical protection Lily Potter bestowed upon her son through her sacrifice created a powerful shield that could be maintained through his residence with a blood relative, specifically, Petunia Dursley, Lily's sister. These blood wards, Dumbledore continued, offered Harry protection from Voldemort's followers, many of whom remained at large and sought vengeance for their master's defeat. I believe this physical safety outweighed other considerations. Including the wishes expressed in the Potter's will. Madame Bones interrupted sharply. Dumbledore inclined his head. Yes. I made the decision to seal the will and proceed with what I deemed the safest arrangement. It is a decision I have come to deeply regret. And the lack of monitoring? Madame Thornwick pressed. Surely even with blood wards, basic welfare checks would have been prudent. I assigned a squib resident of the neighborhood, Arabella Figg, to keep watch over Harry, Dumbledore replied. Her reports, while noting the Dursleys' obvious favoritism of their son and coolness toward Harry, did not suggest the level of abuse that has now come to light. Did you ever visit yourself? McGonagall asked, her voice tight with barely controlled anger. Even once in 10 years. I did not, Dumbledore admitted. I believed my appearance would only antagonize the Dursleys and potentially compromise the blood protection. Another grave error in judgment on my part. Harry listened to this exchange with growing disbelief. Blood wards? Greater good? These cold calculations had determined the course of his entire childhood. He felt a surge of anger so intense it momentarily robbed him of breath. Mr. Potter, Madame Bones said, turning to him, would you like to address the panel? Harry hadn't expected to be called upon. He glanced at McGonagall, who gave him an encouraging nod. Standing on legs that felt suddenly unsteady, Harry faced the officials. I He began, then faltered, unsure what to say. How could he possibly articulate a lifetime of cupboards and hunger, of casual cruelty and crushing loneliness? Taking a deep breath, he started again. Professor Dumbledore says he was protecting me from Voldemort's followers. He ignored the winces at the name. But who was protecting me from the Dursleys? They hated magic, hated anything abnormal. They hated me. His voice gained strength as he continued. They told me my parents died in a car crash. They told me my father was a drunk and my mother was a freak. They made me sleep in a cupboard under the stairs for 10 years. They starved me. He swallowed hard. They hurt me. And no one ever came to check. No one ever asked if I was okay. The courtroom was utterly silent now, every eye fixed on the small, black-haired boy whose quiet words carried more weight than Dumbledore's eloquent explanations. I'm not saying I needed to be spoiled or treated special, Harry continued. I just needed to be safe. To have enough food. To not be afraid all the time. He looked directly at Dumbledore. Is that really too much to ask? Was your greater good worth that? Dumbledore's aged face seemed to crumple. No, Harry, he said softly. It was not. Madame Bones cleared her throat, visibly moved. Thank you, Mr. Potter, for your courage in addressing the panel. She shuffled some papers before her. We must now consider the matter of your future guardianship. According to the Potter's will, Sirius Black was named as your primary guardian, with several alternatives listed should he be unavailable. Mr. Black, would you like to address the panel regarding your claim? Sirius rose unsteadily to his feet. Up close, Harry had noticed the toll Azkaban had taken on him, the grey streaking his dark hair, the haunted shadows in his eyes, the way his hands never quite stopped trembling. Yet as he faced the panel, there was a dignity in his bearing that transcended his ragged appearance. Madame Bones, thank you for the opportunity to speak, he began, his voice stronger than before. When James and Lily named me Harry's godfather, it was the greatest honor of my life. I swore to them that if anything happened, I would raise Harry as my own, love him, protect him, ensure he knew who his parents truly were and how much they loved him. He paused, emotion threatening to overwhelm him. I failed in that sacred duty. After finding James and Lily's bodies, I made a catastrophic error in judgment. Instead of taking Harry as I should have, I handed him to Hagrid on Dumbledore's orders and went after Peter Pettigrew myself, seeking revenge rather than fulfilling my responsibility to my godson. Sirius turned to face Harry directly. It is my deepest regret, Harry. Not just the years in Azkaban, but the years you suffered because I chose vengeance over you. I cannot undo that wrong, but if given the chance, I would devote the rest of my life to being the godfather James and Lily wanted me to be. There was raw sincerity in his words, and despite his haggard appearance, Harry found himself believing in this broken man's commitment. Yet a practical concern nagged at him. Madame Bones, McGonagall interjected, apparently sharing Harry's thoughts, while Mr. Black's claim as godfather is valid, we must consider his current condition. He has spent a decade in Azkaban and is still in the early stages of recovery. Is he physically and emotionally capable of caring for a child at this time? It was a fair question, and one that made Sirius wince even as he acknowledged its validity with a nod. The healers at Street Mungo's have addressed this concern, Madame Bones replied. They have provided a detailed assessment, which concludes that while Mr. Black shows remarkable resilience and his core personality remains intact, he requires at least 6 months of intensive treatment before he could assume full guardianship responsibilities. She turned to Sirius. Is this assessment consistent with your own understanding of your condition, Mr. Black? Sirius nodded reluctantly. The healers haven't sugar-coated anything. I need time to recover, physically and mentally. As much as it pains me to admit it, I'm not ready to provide Harry with the stable home he deserves. His gaze found Harry again. Not yet, anyway. Which brings us to an important question, Madame Bones continued, turning to Harry. Mr. Potter, given these circumstances, what are your wishes regarding your guardianship? All eyes turned to Harry once more. He swallowed, suddenly aware of the weight of the moment. I'd like to get to know my godfather, he said carefully. But I understand he needs time to recover first. He glanced at McGonagall beside him, then at Sirius, whose expression held both hope and resignation. Professor McGonagall has offered to be my guardian. She's been amazing this past week. I feel safe with her. He took a deep breath. But Sirius, Mr. Black, is the person my parents wanted me to be with. So maybe, both? Madame Bones raised an eyebrow. You're suggesting a joint guardianship? Or maybe Professor McGonagall could be my guardian while Sirius recovers, Harry suggested. And then, we could see. A small smile touched Madame Bones' lips. A practical suggestion, Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagall, what are your thoughts on this arrangement? McGonagall straightened in her seat. I stand by my offer to serve as Harry's guardian for as long as needed. I believe a phased approach, allowing Mr. Black time to recover while maintaining his connection to Harry, would be in everyone's best interest. Mr. Black? Madame Bones inquired. Sirius's eyes shone with unshed tears. Yes. Absolutely yes. Minerva was James and Lily's teacher, someone they respected enormously. I can think of no one better to care for Harry while I focus on becoming the godfather he deserves. He cleared his throat. And I would be grateful for any opportunity to be part of Harry's life in the meantime. Madame Bones nodded, conferring briefly with her colleagues before addressing the room again. Given the unique circumstances of this case and the expressed wishes of all parties, the panel is prepared to rule as follows. She picked up an official-looking document. Minerva McGonagall is hereby appointed legal guardian of Harry James Potter, effective immediately. This guardianship will be reviewed in 6 months' time, with the possibility of transition to Sirius Black or establishment of a joint guardianship arrangement, depending on Mr. Black's recovery and Mr. Potter's wishes at that time. She continued, Mr. Black is granted visitation rights to be exercised at Hogwarts under appropriate supervision until the healers at St. Mungo's certify his readiness for independent contact. These visits may increase in frequency and duration as Mr. Black's condition improves. Pausing, she added more softly, the panel also recommends that both Mr. Potter and Mr. Black continue to receive support from mind healers to address the trauma they have experienced. With a tap of her wand, the document duplicated itself into several copies, which floated to each of the principal parties. Unless there are objections, this concludes our hearing. The guardianship orders are effective immediately. Harry stared at the parchment that had settled before him, hardly daring to believe what had just happened. He had a guardian, too, potentially, who actually wanted him. He would never have to return to the Dursleys. He had a future that might include both the steady presence of Professor McGonagall and the connection to his parents that Sirius represented. For a moment, no one moved. Then Sirius approached Harry, moving cautiously, as if afraid Harry might vanish if he came too quickly. Is this really okay with you, Harry? He asked quietly. I'd understand if you preferred to just stay with Professor McGonagall. It's more than okay, Harry assured him. It's perfect, actually. A tentative smile broke across Sirius's gaunt face, transforming him momentarily into a shadow of the handsome young man he had once been. Thank you, he whispered. For giving me a chance. Before Harry could respond, the courtroom doors burst open, and a familiar voice called out, Harry. Harry. Molly Weasley rushed in, followed closely by her husband Arthur. Behind them came several reporters who had apparently been waiting outside, along with what appeared to be a delegation from the Wisengamot. The hearing is closed to the public, Madame Bones announced sharply, rising to her feet. We're not the public, Mrs. Weasley declared, making a beeline for Harry. We're family friends. And we've come to make sure this boy is properly taken care of. She reached Harry and immediately enveloped him in a warm, crushing hug that smelled of cinnamon and fresh laundry. Oh, you poor dear, she murmured. If we had only known. Molly, Mr. Weasley said gently, placing a hand on his wife's shoulder. Perhaps we should let Harry breathe. Mrs. Weasley released Harry reluctantly, holding him at arm's length to examine him critically. You're far too thin, she declared. But we'll soon fix that. You'll come to the Burrow for Christmas, of course. No arguments. Harry found himself grinning despite the chaos. Charlie already mentioned that might happen. Did he now? Mrs. Weasley beamed. Good lad. He's just accepted a teaching position at Hogwarts, you know. Temporary, he says, but I have hopes he'll decide to stay in Britain. She lowered her voice conspiratorially. Dragons are all well and good, but a mother worries. Molly, Arthur, McGonagall interrupted, coming to stand beside Harry. While your concern for Mr. Potter is appreciated, perhaps this discussion could continue outside the courtroom? The reporters are becoming rather insistent. Indeed, the ministry officials were having increasing difficulty containing the press at the doorway. Flashes from magical cameras illuminated the scene, and voices called out questions. Mr. Potter. How do you feel about your new guardianship arrangement? Professor McGonagall. Will you continue as headmistress while raising the boy who lived? Mr. Black. What are your plans now that you're a free man? Perhaps we could use the private exit? McGonagall suggested to Madame Bones, who nodded and gestured toward a small door behind the dais. That would be most prudent, Madame Bones agreed. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, you're welcome to join us in the conference room for a more private discussion. As they made their way toward the exit, Harry realized Dumbledore had not moved from his seat. The former headmaster sat alone, watching the proceedings with an expression of profound sadness. Professor, Harry said impulsively, breaking away from the group to approach him. I wanted to ask you something. Dumbledore's blue eyes widened slightly in surprise. Of course, Harry. Anything. Why? Harry asked simply. Why didn't you just follow my parents' will? Why didn't you check on me? You must have known what kind of people the Dursleys were. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. I believed I was acting for the best, he said finally. I convinced myself that the blood protection was worth whatever discomfort you might experience. I told myself that the Dursleys, whatever their flaws, would not truly harm their own flesh and blood. He sighed heavily. But the truth, Harry, is more selfish than that. I was afraid. Afraid? Harry repeated incredulously. Of what? Of becoming too attached to you, Dumbledore admitted softly. Of allowing my personal feelings to cloud my judgment regarding what needed to be done to protect you and the wizarding world from Voldemort's eventual return. Harry stared at him. You think Voldemort's coming back? I am certain of it, Dumbledore said gravely. And when he does, you will be his primary target. The blood protection at your aunt's home was real, Harry, and it would have shielded you from him. But I see now that I sacrificed your childhood on the altar of a future threat, a choice that was never mine to make. Before Harry could respond to this disturbing revelation, McGonagall called his name. Harry. We need to depart. Harry nodded, turning back to Dumbledore. I don't forgive you, he said quietly. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But. I understand a little better now. Dumbledore inclined his head. That is more than I deserve, Harry. Thank you. As Harry joined the others at the private exit, Sirius fell into step beside him. What was that about? He asked, eyeing Dumbledore with undisguised suspicion. Just, getting some answers, Harry replied. Not very satisfying ones. Sirius's expression darkened. Dumbledore has a lot to answer for, to both of us. But that's a conversation for another day. His face softened as he looked at Harry. For now, I think we have some catching up to do, godson. Godson. The word sent a warm shiver through Harry. He had a godfather who wanted him, a guardian who would protect him, and friends who stood by him. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter had a family, not of blood, but of choice. As they exited the courtroom and left the ministry through a secure floor connection, returning to McGonagall's office at Hogwarts, Harry felt a profound sense of closure. The Sorting Hat's proclamation had torn open his past, exposing his deepest wounds to the light. But in doing so, it had also opened a door to a future brighter than Harry had ever dared to imagine. The boy who lived had become the boy who was found. And that, Harry decided, was a much better story. Chapter 3, Foundations of Change. The days following the Guardianship hearing passed in a blur for Harry. He returned to Hogwarts with McGonagall and found himself thrust into a strange new reality, one where adults actually seemed to care what happened to him, where his future held promise instead of dread, and where each morning he woke without the gnawing fear that had been his constant companion at Privet Drive. It was disorienting. Wonderful, but disorienting. "You look like you've been hit with a Confundus charm," Ron commented over breakfast 3 days after the hearing. "You've been buttering the same piece of toast for 5 minutes." Harry glanced down at the sodden bread in his hand and grimaced. "Sorry. Just thinking." "About the hearing?" Hermione asked, looking up from her Ancient Runes textbook. Though first years couldn't take the subject, she was already preparing for future coursework. "Sort of." Harry set down the ruined toast. "It's more about everything. It doesn't feel real yet." "What doesn't?" Ron asked around a mouthful of sausage. Harry struggled to put his feelings into words. "Having Professor McGonagall as my guardian. Sirius being innocent and wanting to know me. Not having to go back to the Dursleys. All of it. It's a lot of change very quickly," Hermione observed thoughtfully. "It's natural to feel overwhelmed, even by good changes." Harry nodded, grateful for her understanding. "I keep waiting for something to go wrong. For someone to say it was all a mistake and I have to go back." "That's not going to happen, mate," Ron said firmly. "McGonagall would transfigure anyone who tried into a tea cozy." The mental image made Harry smile. It was true, in the short time since becoming his guardian, McGonagall had demonstrated a fierce protectiveness that still caught him by surprise. She checked in with him daily, had arranged for his sessions with Healer Brightwell to continue twice weekly, and had even given him a small communication mirror enchanted to connect directly to her office in case of emergencies. "Speaking of McGonagall," Hermione said, nodding toward the entrance, "here she comes." Harry turned to see the acting headmistress striding purposefully toward the Gryffindor table, her emerald robes sweeping behind her. The great hall quieted as students nudged each other, watching curiously. Despite the normalization of classes over the past week, the situation remained extraordinary. The acting headmistress was also Harry Potter's guardian, a fact that continued to fuel gossip. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall said as she reached him, her tone professional though her eyes held a hint of warmth. "When you've finished breakfast, please come to my office. There are some matters we need to discuss regarding this weekend." "Yes, Professor," Harry replied, wondering what was happening this weekend. "I'll come straight up." McGonagall nodded briskly and continued to the high table, where Harry noticed Charlie Weasley deep in conversation with Professor Sprout. The older Weasley brother had officially joined the staff 3 days ago, taking over some of McGonagall's transfiguration classes and assisting Professor Kettleburn with care of magical creatures. According to Ron, their mother was delighted. "What's this weekend?" Harry asked Ron once McGonagall was out of earshot. Ron shrugged. "First Hogsmeade visit for the older students. Quidditch trials start on Saturday too, but we can't try out as first years." He paused, a sudden realization dawning. "Wait, it's not about Sirius, is it? Fred and George heard he might be visiting." Harry's heart leapt. "Visiting? Here?" "That's just what they heard," Ron said quickly. "Might be just a rumor." But it made sense, Harry realized. At the hearing, Madame Bones had mentioned supervised visitation rights for Sirius at Hogwarts. Could this weekend be his first visit? Harry hurried through the rest of his breakfast and made his way to the headmistress's office, giving the password, Athena's wisdom, McGonagall hadn't changed it, to the stone gargoyle. As he ascended the spiral staircase, he rehearsed what he might say if Sirius was indeed coming. Should he be formal? Casual? What did one say to a godfather who had spent a decade in magical prison for a crime he didn't commit? "Come in, Mr. Potter," McGonagall called before he even knocked. Harry entered to find the office transformed from Dumbledore's eclectic collection of silver instruments and peculiar artifacts. While the portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses remained, the space now reflected McGonagall's more practical sensibilities: orderly bookshelves, a tartan throw over the back of a comfortable reading chair, a chessboard set up near the fireplace. Fawkes's perch was gone, the Phoenix having apparently departed with Dumbledore. "Please, sit down," McGonagall said, gesturing to a chair across from her desk. "Is Sirius visiting this weekend?" Harry blurted before he could stop himself. McGonagall's lips twitched in what might have been a suppressed smile. "Word travels fast at Hogwarts, as always," she remarked. "Yes, Mr. Black will be visiting on Saturday. The healers at St. Mungo's have cleared him for a 3-hour supervised visit." "Supervised by whom?" Harry asked, hoping it wouldn't be someone intimidating like Professor Snape. "By me," McGonagall replied. "As both your guardian and the acting headmistress, I am the logical choice. However, I will give you and Mr. Black privacy to talk, while remaining nearby should either of you need assistance." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said sincerely. "That means a lot." McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "Mr. Black is making remarkable progress, according to Healer Greengrass. His physical condition is improving steadily with proper nutrition and care, and the psychological damage from the Dementors is responding well to specialized treatment." She hesitated. "However, I should prepare you for the fact that he still has difficult moments. The healers warn that he may become emotional or occasionally confused." Harry nodded, trying not to let his apprehension show. "I understand. I've arranged for you to meet in my private quarters rather than this office," McGonagall continued. "It will provide a more comfortable setting. Mr. Black will arrive at 10 o'clock Saturday morning and stay until after lunch." "Are there rules?" Harry asked hesitantly. "Things I shouldn't mention or ask about?" McGonagall considered this. "The healers advise avoiding detailed discussions of Azkaban itself, as those memories can trigger setbacks. Otherwise, they believe open conversation about your parents, your childhood, and even Mr. Black's experiences since his release can be therapeutic for both of you." She paused. "They particularly encourage discussing positive memories, as they help counteract the Dementor's lasting effects." "I don't know much about my parents," Harry admitted. "Just bits and pieces people have told me." "Which is precisely why these visits are important," McGonagall said firmly. "Sirius Black knew James and Lily better than almost anyone. He can give you something no one else can, a genuine connection to them as people, not just as icons or martyrs." Harry hadn't thought of it that way. The prospect of learning about his parents from someone who had truly known them, had loved them, filled him with both excitement and trepidation. "There is one more matter we should discuss," McGonagall said, her tone shifting to something more formal. "As your guardian, I need to make certain arrangements for your welfare that extend beyond Hogwarts. I've been in contact with the goblins at Gringotts regarding the Potter estate." "Estate?" Harry echoed, surprised. "You mean like, money?" "Among other things," McGonagall confirmed. "The Potters were an ancient and wealthy family, Harry. Your trust vault, which you visited with Hagrid, contains only a small portion of your inheritance, enough to see you through your Hogwarts education. The main family vault and properties have been held in trust, managed by the goblins, awaiting your majority." Harry stared at her, speechless. Properties? More gold? It had never occurred to him that the vault he'd seen might be just the beginning. "This weekend, while you're visiting with Sirius, I'll be meeting with the Potter account manager at Gringotts," McGonagall continued. As your guardian, I now have certain oversight responsibilities regarding your inheritance, though I cannot access the funds directly. The goblins are preparing a full accounting for my review. Do I need to do anything? Harry asked, feeling out of his depth. Not at this time, McGonagall assured him. When you're older, you'll take a more active role in managing the estate. For now, I simply wanted you to be aware of these matters. She hesitated. And to assure you that I have no interest in your family's wealth. My role is to protect your interests until you're old enough to do so yourself. I never thought, Harry began, then stopped, embarrassed. I mean, I know you wouldn't, nevertheless, it needs to be said, McGonagall said firmly. Transparency is important, particularly given recent events. You've had enough secrets kept from you. Thank you, Harry said, genuinely touched by her candor. For telling me. And for everything. McGonagall nodded, a hint of warmth in her expression. You're welcome, Mr. Potter. Now, I believe you have potions in 15 minutes. Professor Snape does not appreciate tardiness. Harry grimaced and stood to leave. Potions remained his least favorite subject, though oddly, Snape's treatment of him had shifted subtly since the Sorting Hat's proclamation. The potions master no longer openly mocked him, and while he wasn't exactly kind, his criticism had become more constructive than cutting. As Harry reached the door, McGonagall called after him, "One more thing, Mr. Potter." He turned back expectantly. "The press continues to request interviews with you. I've denied them all, as is my right as your guardian. However, at some point, a carefully controlled interview might help reduce speculation and normalize your situation." She paused. "That decision is entirely yours, and there is no rush to make it." Harry nodded, grateful for her protection but uneasy at the thought of talking to reporters about his abuse. Maybe later. Not yet. As you wish, McGonagall agreed. Off you go, then. Harry hurried to the dungeons, his mind whirling with all he'd learned. Sirius visiting. Family vaults and properties. Potential interviews. It was still overwhelming, but for the first time, the future stretching before him seemed full of possibilities rather than dread. Saturday arrived bright and clear, a perfect early autumn day. Harry woke before dawn, too nervous to sleep, and spent the early hours polishing his wand, reorganizing his trunk, and trying unsuccessfully to make his hair lie flat. "It's just your godfather, not the Queen," Ron mumbled sleepily from his four-poster as Harry changed his shirt for the third time. "He's not going to care what you're wearing." "I know," Harry said, abandoning the button-down in favor of a simple Gryffindor jumper Mrs. Weasley had sent after hearing about his new guardianship. "Every Gryffindor needs proper house knitwear," her note had explained. "I just want to make a good impression." "You already have," Ron yawned, sitting up and rubbing his eyes. "He's your godfather. He already thinks you're brilliant just for existing." There was wisdom in Ron's sleepy observation, Harry realized. Sirius had spent a decade in prison partly because he tried to avenge Harry's parents. He'd asked about Harry's welfare before anything else upon being cleared under Veritaserum. Maybe Harry didn't need to worry so much about impressing him. At breakfast, Harry was too nervous to eat much, pushing eggs around his plate and earning a concerned look from Hermione. "You need to eat something," she insisted, pushing a piece of toast toward him. "You don't want to get lightheaded during your visit." "Hermione's right," Neville chimed in unexpectedly. "Gran says nothing ruins a family meeting faster than someone fainting from hunger." Harry smiled at Neville's earnest advice and dutifully took a bite of toast. In the week since the Sorting Hat's proclamation, Neville had gradually become part of their small circle. The shy boy's empathy for Harry's situation, and Harry's growing awareness that Neville had lost his parents in a different but equally tragic way, had created a quiet bond between them. "When does he arrive?" Hermione asked. 10 o'clock, Harry replied, checking his watch for the dozenth time that morning. "In McGonagall's quarters." "You'll have to tell us everything," Ron said eagerly. Well, not everything if it's private, but you know what I mean. I will, Harry promised. As much as I can. At 9:45, Harry made his way to McGonagall's private quarters, located behind an unassuming wooden door near Gryffindor Tower. He'd been there once before, shortly after the guardianship hearing, when she had shown him where he could find her in emergencies. He knocked tentatively, and the door swung open to reveal McGonagall in less formal attire than usual, a simple dark green robe rather than her teaching garb, though her hair remained in its customary tight bun. "Right on time, Mr. Potter," she said approvingly. "Mr. Black will be arriving by flu in about 10 minutes. Please make yourself comfortable." Harry entered, taking in the surprisingly cozy space. McGonagall's quarters consisted of a sitting room with a cheerful fire, comfortable tartan armchairs, and walls lined with bookshelves. Photographs adorned the mantelpiece, mostly of former students, Harry guessed, though he spotted one of a much younger McGonagall in Quidditch robes, holding a trophy and beaming. "Tea?" McGonagall offered, gesturing to a service set up on a small table. "No thank you, Professor," Harry replied, too nervous to contemplate drinking anything. McGonagall seemed to understand. "Very well. I'll be in my study through that door." She indicated a partially open door to an adjoining room, "close enough should you need me, but affording you and Mr. Black privacy for your conversation." "Thank you," Harry said, perching on the edge of an armchair facing the fireplace. Precisely at 10 o'clock, the fire flared green, and Sirius Black stepped out, considerably steadier on his feet than he had been at the hearing. He was still thin, but his face had filled out somewhat, and his hair was clean and trimmed to his shoulders. He wore simple but well-cut robes of deep blue, and his eyes, while still haunted, held more life than before. "Harry," he said, his voice warm with emotion. "Hello, Sirius," Harry replied, standing awkwardly, uncertain of the protocol. Should he shake hands? Hug? How did people greet godfathers they barely knew? Sirius solved the dilemma by stepping forward and embracing Harry briefly but firmly. "It's so good to see you," he said as he released him. "You've grown since the hearing." "Have I?" Harry asked, surprised. "Proper nutrition makes a difference," McGonagall observed from where she stood near her study door. "Good morning, Mr. Black. You're looking better." "Feeling better, Minerva, thank you," Sirius replied with a ghost of what must once have been a charming smile. "The healers say I'm making excellent progress. I've even gained a stone." "Excellent," McGonagall nodded approvingly. "I'll leave you two to get acquainted. I'll be in my study should you need anything." With that, she withdrew, closing the door most of the way behind her. Sirius and Harry looked at each other for a moment, both seemingly unsure where to begin. "Shall we sit?" Sirius suggested finally, gesturing to the armchairs. They settled across from each other, the fire crackling comfortably between them. Now that the initial greeting was over, Harry found himself tongue-tied, overwhelmed by the reality of sitting with his father's best friend, his godfather, after all these years. "I hardly know where to start," Sirius admitted with a rueful smile, echoing Harry's thoughts. "There's so much I want to tell you, to ask you. The healer suggested I let you set the pace, though. This can't be easy for you either." The consideration in his words helped ease Harry's tension. "I have so many questions," he admitted. "About you, about my parents. I hardly know anything about them." "Nothing?" Sirius looked stricken. "Those muggles told you nothing about James and Lily?" "Only lies," Harry said simply. "That they died in a car crash. That my dad was unemployed and a drunk. That my mum was a freak." Sirius's face darkened with anger, his hands clenching on the arms of his chair. For a moment, Harry glimpsed the man who had spent 12 years in Azkaban, consumed by rage and injustice. Then, visibly, Sirius reined in his emotions. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice rough with suppressed fury. "That you had to grow up with such people. That you were denied even the truth about your own parents." He took a deep breath. Let me tell you about the real James and Lily Potter. For the next hour, Harry sat entranced as Sirius shared stories of his parents, how James had been brilliant at transfiguration but hopeless at potions, how Lily could charm anyone with her smile but had a temper that matched her red hair when provoked. He described their wedding day, with James so nervous he'd nearly lost the rings, and Lily so radiant that guests had joked they didn't need magical lighting. And when you were born, Sirius continued, his voice softening, James was a wreck. Paced the corridor at St. Mungo's for hours while Lily was in labor. Then they put you in his arms, this tiny thing with a shock of black hair, and he just transformed. I'd never seen him look like that, like he'd discovered the meaning of life itself. Harry swallowed hard against the lump forming in his throat. And my mum? Lily was magnificent, Sirius said reverently. Exhausted but glowing. She'd look at you, and there was such fierce love in her eyes. She'd already memorized every detail of your face within minutes. He has my eyes, she kept saying, though they were still that newborn blue. She insisted she could tell they'd turn green. She was right, Harry murmured. She usually was, Sirius agreed with a fond smile. Brightest witch of our year, your mother. Could have done anything she wanted professionally. She was considering healing before everything happened. The conversation shifted to Harry's early life, his first words, Puffoo, which Sirius explained had been his attempt at Padfoot, Sirius's nickname, his first accidental magic, summoning a stuffed wolf toy James had deliberately placed out of reach as a test, and the small cottage in Godric's Hollow where the Potters had spent their final months in hiding. You were so loved, Harry, Sirius said earnestly, leaning forward in his chair. So cherished. I need you to know that. Whatever those muggles told you, whatever they did to you, it was all a cruel perversion of what James and Lily wanted for you. Why did Dumbledore put me there? Harry asked, the question that had haunted him since the Sorting Hat's proclamation. He knew they weren't in my parents' will. He knew they hated magic. Sirius's expression darkened again. That, he said grimly, is a question I've been asking myself since I was cleared. Dumbledore visited me at St. Mungo's last week, trying to explain his reasoning. Blood wards, greater good, necessary sacrifices, all very noble-sounding justifications for leaving a child in an abusive home. He told me he was afraid of becoming too attached to me, Harry said quietly, remembering Dumbledore's words at the hearing. Did he now? Sirius looked skeptical. Perhaps there's some truth in that. Albus has always had a tendency to play chess with people's lives, keeping emotional distance from his pieces. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. But I think there's more to it than that. Something he's not telling us. Like what? Harry asked, intrigued. Sirius hesitated. I'm not sure yet. But Dumbledore has always played the long game, Harry. Whatever his reasons, I suspect they have to do with what he believes is coming, what he's been preparing for since before you were born. Voldemort's return, Harry said, remembering Dumbledore's certainty on the matter. Sirius nodded grimly. Yes. Dumbledore never believed he was truly gone. And if he's right. He trailed off, then shook his head firmly. But that's not something for you to worry about now. You're 11. Your job is to learn magic, make friends, play Quidditch, and for Merlin's sake, pull some proper pranks. The rest can wait. Harry smiled at that, appreciating Sirius's attempt to lighten the mood. Speaking of pranks, he said, seizing the opening, Fred and George Weasley mentioned something about you being part of a group called the Marauders. Sirius's face lit up with genuine delight. They know about the Marauders. How? We were careful to keep our identities secret even at school. They didn't know it was you, Harry clarified. They just knew the name from somewhere. They wouldn't say where. Sirius looked intrigued. I'd be very interested to know how the Marauder legacy has survived. But yes, that was us, James, me, Remus, and... His face darkened momentarily, Peter. We called ourselves the Marauders. Prongs, Padfoot, Moony, and Wormtail. Those are strange nicknames, Harry observed. There's a story there, Sirius said with a mischievous glint in his eye. One I should probably save for when you're a bit older and my mental health is a bit more stable. Let's just say it involves some very advanced and not entirely legal magic. Harry wanted to press for details, but something in Sirius's tone suggested he wouldn't elaborate further today. Instead, he asked, "What kind of pranks did you pull?" That launched Sirius into a series of increasingly outrageous tales of the Marauders' exploits, charming all the suits of armor to sing opera when Filch walked by, enchanting the Slytherin table to hover 3 feet off the ground during breakfast, creating magical snow in the corridors that turned anyone who walked through it temporarily blue. Your father was the mastermind, Sirius explained proudly. I provided the dramatic flair, Remus the technical expertise to make impossible magic work, and Peter, well, Peter was good at not getting caught. Who's Remus? Harry asked, realizing he'd heard the name several times now. Remus Lupin, Sirius replied, his expression growing somber. Our other best friend. He was listed in your parents' will as a potential guardian too, though with his condition, the ministry would never have allowed it. Condition? Harry repeated, curious. Sirius hesitated. That's his story to tell, not mine. He's a very private person. He should have been part of your life too, Harry. I'm not sure why he wasn't, at least as a visitor or family friend, even if he couldn't be your guardian. Maybe Dumbledore didn't tell him where I was? Harry suggested. Perhaps, Sirius said, though he looked unconvinced. Or perhaps he tried and those muggles drove him away. Regardless, he'll want to meet you. I've written to him since my release, but he's abroad at the moment. Hard to reach. The conversation continued, moving to Harry's life at Hogwarts so far, his friendship with Ron and Hermione, his classes. Sirius was delighted to hear that Harry enjoyed Defense Against the Dark Arts, and the recent changes at the school. Charlie Weasley teaching, eh? Sirius mused. I remember when he was a first year. Brilliant on a broom, even then. Were you good at Quidditch too? Harry asked eagerly. Decent beater, Sirius replied with a grin. Though not in James's league. Your father was a magnificent chaser, could have played professionally if he'd wanted. The scouts were looking at him in our 7th year, but by then, the war was intensifying, and James had other priorities. He eyed Harry curiously. Have you flown much yet? Just the basic flying lessons, Harry said. First years aren't allowed their own brooms, and we can't try out for the house teams. That rule's been bent before, Sirius said with a wink. For exceptional talent. James was flying circles around 7th years by Christmas of our first year. McGonagall caught him doing a diving catch and nearly had a heart attack, then immediately told the Gryffindor captain she'd found him a reserve chaser. The idea that his father had been so talented, and that perhaps Harry might have inherited that talent, gave him a warm glow. So many connections to his parents were emerging, threads linking him to the people he'd lost. Their conversation was interrupted by a gentle knock at the study door. McGonagall emerged, carrying a tray with sandwiches and pumpkin juice. I thought you both might be hungry, she said, setting the tray on a small table between them. It's nearly noon. Harry was surprised to realize they'd been talking for almost 2 hours. The time had flown by, and he found he was indeed hungry now, the morning's nerves having given way to genuine enjoyment of Sirius's company. Thank you, Minerva, Sirius said sincerely. You're taking good care of my godson. I'm trying, McGonagall replied with a small smile. Though I confess, guardianship is quite different from teaching. How so? Sirius asked, helping himself to a sandwich. McGonagall considered the question. As a teacher, my responsibility is primarily for a student's education. As a guardian. She glanced at Harry. The scope is much broader. Health, happiness, development beyond academics, all become central concerns. You're doing brilliantly, Sirius assured her. Harry looks better than he did at the hearing. Happier. I am, Harry confirmed, feeling a surge of gratitude toward McGonagall. Professor McGonagall's been amazing. A faint blush colored the acting headmistress's cheeks. Yes, well, she said briskly, clearly uncomfortable with the praise, I'll leave you to your lunch. Mr. Black, the healers were quite firm about not exceeding 3 hours for this first visit. I'm keeping track, Sirius promised. Much as I'd like to stay longer. As McGonagall retreated to her study, Sirius lowered his voice. She always had a soft spot for your father, you know. James could charm his way out of detentions that would have seen the rest of us scrubbing cauldrons for weeks. Really? Harry asked, surprised. McGonagall had always struck him as scrupulously fair. Oh yes. She saw his potential, both as a wizard and as a leader. James grew into that potential, eventually. Sirius smiled fondly at the memory. Took him until 7th year to fully mature, but when he did, even Lily couldn't resist him anymore. They ate their lunch as Sirius shared more stories, the time James had enchanted all of Lily's textbooks to recite love poems when opened, earning him a week of hexes in return, the elaborate proposal he'd planned that had gone comically wrong when a rainstorm ruined the enchanted garden setting, the day Lily had finally agreed to marry him, causing James to run through the corridors of Hogwarts shouting the news to anyone who would listen. All too soon, their 3 hours were drawing to a close. Harry felt a pang of disappointment, realizing how much more he wanted to hear, how many questions remained unanswered. We'll have more visits, Sirius promised, seeing his expression. The healers say if this one goes well, which it has, they'll gradually extend the time and maybe even allow an occasional outing by Christmas, provided I continue to improve. I'd like that, Harry said earnestly. There's something I wanted to give you before I go, Sirius said, reaching into his robes. He withdrew a small package wrapped in simple brown paper. It's not much, but I thought you might like to have it. Harry unwrapped the gift carefully to find a leather-bound photo album. Opening it, he gasped softly at the first image, his parents on their wedding day, James in formal dress robes, Lily in a flowing white gown with lilies woven into her dark red hair. They beamed at the camera, occasionally turning to gaze adoringly at each other. Where did you get these? Harry asked, turning the pages to find more photographs, his parents with friends, at what appeared to be Hogwarts, in a cozy living room with a Christmas tree, and finally, images of baby Harry with his parents. They're copies from my personal collection, Sirius explained. The originals were in my flat when I was arrested. The ministry seized everything as evidence but returned my possessions after I was cleared. The healers thought working with the photos, selecting them, having them copied, would help my recovery. Positive memories to counter the Dementor's effects. Thank you, Harry said, his voice thick with emotion. This means everything. Sirius reached out and squeezed his shoulder. There's plenty more where those came from. And stories to go with each picture. We'll go through them together next time. The fire flared green, signaling that it was time for Sirius to return to St. Mungo's. McGonagall emerged from her study as Sirius stood, straightening his robes. The flu is ready whenever you are, Mr. Black, she said. Sirius nodded, then turned to Harry, who had also risen from his chair. Thank you for today, Harry. For listening, for asking about James and Lily, for giving me a chance to be part of your life. Thank you for coming, Harry replied, feeling suddenly shy again. And for the album. May I? Sirius asked, opening his arms slightly in invitation. Harry stepped forward, and Sirius embraced him properly this time, holding him close for a long moment. You're so like them both, he murmured. They would be so proud of you, Harry. So proud of the boy you've become, despite everything. Harry blinked back tears as they separated. I'll see you soon, he asked, hating how young and vulnerable he sounded. Very soon, Sirius promised. Wild hippogriffs couldn't keep me away. With a final smile, Sirius stepped into the flue, called out, "St. Mungo's rehabilitation ward," and was gone in a swirl of green flames. Harry stared at the empty fireplace for a long moment, the photo album clutched tightly to his chest. "Are you all right, Mr. Potter?" McGonagall asked gently. "Yes," Harry said, surprised to find it was true. Despite the emotional intensity of the visit, he felt lighter somehow. As if a space inside him that had been empty for as long as he could remember had begun, ever so slightly, to fill. "I think I am." The weeks that followed brought a new rhythm to Harry's life at Hogwarts. Classes, meals, and Quidditch matches, which he watched eagerly from the stands, imagining himself on a broom like his father, provided structure to his days. Twice-weekly sessions with Healer Brightwell helped him process not only the abuse he'd suffered but also the dramatic changes in his life since the Sorting Hat's proclamation. Weekly visits from Sirius, gradually extending in length as his health improved, became the highlights of Harry's month. But perhaps the most significant change was the subtle shift in how the wizarding world treated its children. "It's called the Potter Protection Act," Hermione announced one morning in mid-October, spreading the Daily Prophet on the Gryffindor table at breakfast. "The Wisengamot passed it unanimously yesterday." Harry leaned over to read the headline, "Wisengamot passes landmark child protection legislation. The Potter Protection Act, inspired by The Boy Who Lives ordeal, introduces sweeping reforms to safeguard magical children." "Bloody hell," Ron said, impressed. "They really did name it after you." "Language, Mr. Weasley," Professor McGonagall chided as she passed behind them. She paused, glancing at the newspaper. "Though I understand your sentiment. This legislation represents a significant step forward for our society." "What does it actually do?" Harry asked, skimming the article but finding it heavy with political jargon. "Several important things," McGonagall explained. "It establishes mandatory welfare checks for all magical children living in non-magical households. It creates a new department within the ministry specifically tasked with child protection. It requires that guardianship decisions follow parents' stated wishes whenever possible, and it establishes strict oversight of magical guardians. It also specifically forbids keeping children in the dark about their magical heritage," Hermione added, still reading. "No more, you're a wizard, surprises on 11th birthdays." Harry blinked, touched that his experience had prompted such comprehensive reforms. "Will it help other kids? Kids like me?" "That's the hope," McGonagall said soberly. "The law cannot eliminate abuse entirely, but it can ensure that what happened to you doesn't happen to other magical children. The regular monitoring alone would have discovered your situation within months rather than years." As McGonagall continued to the high table, Harry contemplated this unexpected legacy. The thought that his suffering might help prevent other children from experiencing the same fate gave it a purpose he'd never considered. "They're calling it your second defeat of darkness," Ron said, reading over Hermione's shoulder. "First you know who, now systemic child abuse. Blimey, Harry, save some heroism for the rest of us." Harry flushed, uncomfortable with the comparison. "I didn't do anything. The Sorting Hat did." "You survived," Neville said quietly from across the table. "Sometimes that's the bravest thing anyone can do." The simple statement, coming from typically shy Neville, silenced them all for a moment. Harry met Neville's eyes and saw understanding there, a recognition of shared experience that went beyond words. "Thanks, Neville," he said simply. Changes were occurring at Hogwarts too. In late October, McGonagall called an all-school assembly to announce several new policies developed in consultation with the Board of Governors. "Recent events have highlighted gaps in our support system for students," she addressed the Great Hall from the podium where Dumbledore once stood. "As such, the following changes will be implemented immediately." The list was comprehensive: regular check-ins between heads of houses and their students, a formal complaint procedure for students experiencing mistreatment of any kind, increased mental health resources, and a new position, student welfare coordinator, to be filled by a qualified mind healer. Additionally, McGonagall continued, "We will be instituting a more robust system for identifying and addressing bullying between students. Hogwarts should be a place where all students feel safe, respected, and valued. At the Slytherin table, Harry noticed Draco Malfoy shift uncomfortably. Since their encounter in the corridor, Malfoy had maintained a curious neutrality toward Harry, neither friendly nor antagonistic, merely watchful, as if reassessing a situation he'd previously misunderstood. Finally, McGonagall said, her voice softening slightly, "I wish to acknowledge that these changes, while necessary and overdue, arose from circumstances that none of us would have wished for." Mr. Potter's courage in facing both his past and the public scrutiny that followed has been remarkable. Harry sank lower in his seat as hundreds of eyes turned toward him. The spotlight that had followed him since the Sorting Hat's proclamation had dimmed somewhat as the weeks passed, but moments like this reignited the uncomfortable attention. However, McGonagall continued firmly, drawing gazes back to her, "Mr. Potter's experience should remind us all that appearances can be deceiving. Behind closed doors, any student, regardless of fame, family background, or house affiliation, may be suffering in silence. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that silence is broken, and help is provided." As the assembly dispersed, Harry felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning, he found himself face to face with a Hufflepuff girl he recognized from herbology, Susan Bones, Madame Bones' niece. "Potter," she said without preamble. "I wanted to let you know that my aunts mentioned your godfather's doing really well. He might be cleared for unsupervised visits by Christmas." "Really?" Harry asked eagerly. "Sirius hasn't said anything." Susan shrugged. "Probably not allowed to get your hopes up officially. But Auntie says he's making exceptional progress, and she doesn't give compliments lightly." "Thanks for telling me," Harry said sincerely. "No problem," Susan replied with a casual wave. "The Hufflepuffs are still in your corner, by the way. Any issues with anyone, let us know." With that cryptic offer of protection, she rejoined her housemates. "The Hufflepuffs have adopted you," Ron observed with amusement as they headed to Charms. "Mum says they're fiercely loyal once you've got them on your side." "I'm not complaining," Harry said, touched by the ongoing support from unexpected quarters. "It's nice having people care." "Get used to it," Ron advised. "From what Charlie says, you've changed things around here permanently." "A watershed moment," he called it, whatever that means. "It means a turning point," Hermione supplied. "A moment that changes everything that comes after it." Harry considered this as they took their seats in Professor Flitwick's classroom. Had the Sorting Hat's proclamation truly changed everything? For him personally, undoubtedly. But for Hogwarts? For the wizarding world? The evidence suggested it had. From new legislation to school policies, from Dumbledore's leave of absence to Sirius's exoneration, the ripples continued to spread outward from that single moment in the Great Hall. Even Snape, perpetually dour, seemingly unchangeable Snape, had shifted his approach to teaching, at least marginally. As if summoned by Harry's thoughts, the potions master appeared in the doorway of the Charms classroom, requesting a word with Flitwick. As the professors conferred in hushed tones, Harry noticed Snape's dark gaze flicker toward him briefly, assessing. "Wonder what that's about," Ron whispered. They didn't have to wonder long. After Snape departed, Professor Flitwick returned to the front of the class with an announcement. "Slight change of plans today," the diminutive professor squeaked. "We'll be practicing the levitation charm as planned, but with a practical application. Professor Snape has requested assistance preparing ingredients for the hospital wing's winter stock of pepper-up potion. Those who successfully master the charm will help levitate dried hellebore to preserve its potency, which is reduced by human handling." As the class broke into pairs to practice, Harry found himself partnered with Neville, whose confidence in charms was somewhat higher than in potions. "Isn't it strange," Harry mused as they took turns attempting to levitate feathers, "how Snape's actually teaching us useful applications now. Before, he'd just write instructions on the board and insult anyone who got it wrong." Professor McGonagall had all the teachers review their teaching methods, Neville replied, his face screwed up in concentration as he attempted the charm. "Gran's on the board of governors now, she told me about it." Said even Bin's got an evaluation, though no one's quite figured out how to make a ghost change his lecturing style. Your grandmother's on the board? Harry asked, surprised. Neville nodded, accidentally sending his feather shooting across the room in his momentary distraction. After what happened with you, a lot of the older families demanded representation on the board. Gran's always been outspoken about child welfare, because of my parents. Harry knew from bits of overheard conversation that something terrible had happened to Neville's parents, though the details remained unclear. Rather than press, he simply nodded understanding. She said she'd been trying to get certain changes made for years, Neville continued, retrieving his feather. But no one listened until the Sorting Hat screamed, "Abuse," in front of the entire school. He glanced at Harry apologetically. Sorry. I know you probably don't want to talk about it. It's okay, Harry said, surprised to find he meant it. If what happened to me is helping make things better, then maybe it was worth it. Well, not worth it exactly, but, you know what I mean. Neville nodded solemnly. I do. By the end of class, both had managed to successfully levitate their feathers, earning them the privilege of helping with Snape's ingredient preparation. As they carefully guided dried hellebore stems into glass containers using their newly mastered charm, Harry reflected on how something as simple as a first-year spell could be useful in unexpected ways. Perhaps that was true of his experience too, painful and unwanted, yet ultimately serving a purpose beyond what anyone could have foreseen. November brought the first Quidditch match of the season, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin. Though he couldn't play, Harry watched with rapt attention from the stands, absorbing every move, every strategy, imagining himself on a broomstick like the Gryffindor Seeker. You fly like that? Sirius asked during their weekend visit, noting Harry's enthusiasm as he recounted the match. I don't know, Harry admitted. We've only had basic lessons. But I liked it, it felt natural somehow. Sirius grinned, a flash of his old self shining through the still-present shadows of Azkaban. James would be over the moon. He was determined you'd be a Quidditch star from the moment you showed interest in the toy broomstick I bought you for your first birthday. Zoomed around the cottage on it, nearly gave your mother a heart attack when you chased the cat under the sofa. I had a toy broomstick. Harry asked, delighted by this new detail of his early life. The best on the market, Sirius confirmed proudly. Limited to a height of 2 feet, but you pushed it to its limits. James swore you were pulling maneuvers no 1-year-old should be capable of. Lily pretended to be exasperated, but she was secretly just as proud. These glimpses into his infancy, a time when he'd been loved, cherished, celebrated for simply being himself, had become precious to Harry. Each visit with Sirius revealed new facets of his parents and his brief life with them, slowly replacing the Dursleys' lies with truth. I've been thinking, Sirius said, his tone shifting to something more serious. About Christmas. What about it? Harry asked. Well, the healers say I might be cleared for a day pass by then. And I've been working on making my family home habitable again. Sirius hesitated. I thought, if you wanted, and if Minerva agrees, maybe you might spend part of the holiday with me. Not the whole time, certainly, but perhaps Christmas Day itself. Harry's heart leapt at the idea. I'd love that, he said immediately. We'd need to discuss the arrangements carefully, Sirius cautioned. The healers would need to approve it, Minerva would need to be comfortable with it, and we'd probably need a check-in system of some sort. I understand, Harry assured him. But even if it's just for a few hours, it would be brilliant. Sirius's smile was like sunlight breaking through clouds. I'll speak to Minerva about it today, then. Start making the formal request through the proper channels. He leaned forward conspiratorially. And maybe we could invite Remus too. He's back in the country now, and dying to meet you. Your friend from school. Harry asked eagerly. Another marauder? The very same, Sirius confirmed. He's been writing to me regularly since my release. Feels terrible about believing I was guilty all these years, though I've told him repeatedly that the evidence was overwhelming. He's been abroad doing research on defensive magic. He was always the scholarly one of our group. The prospect of meeting another of his father's friends, of expanding the circle of people who could tell him about his parents, filled Harry with anticipation. Each such connection felt like reclaiming a piece of his heritage that the Dursleys had tried to deny him. As November gave way to December, the castle was transformed with festive decorations. Enormous Christmas trees appeared in the great hall, decorated with enchanted ornaments that sang carols when approached. Suits of armor were bewitched to hum seasonal tunes, and magical snow fell from the enchanted ceiling, evaporating before it reached the tables below. "Are you staying at Hogwarts for Christmas?" Ron asked as they lounged in the Gryffindor common room one evening, working on holiday assignments. "Sort of," Harry replied. "Professor McGonagall says I'll stay in her quarters rather than the dormitory, since most students are going home. But Sirius has invited me to visit him on Christmas Day, if the healers approve." "That's brilliant!" Ron exclaimed. "Mum's invited you to the Burrow too, you know. Said you could come for Boxing Day if you wanted." "Really?" Harry asked, touched by the invitation. "Course," Ron shrugged as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Mum's been knitting you a jumper since September. You're practically family now." The casual statement hit Harry with unexpected force. Family. A concept that had been poison at the Dursleys was being offered so freely here, by the Weasleys, by Sirius, even by McGonagall in her more reserved way. People who wanted him. People who cared. "I'd love to come," Harry said when he could trust his voice. "If Professor McGonagall says it's okay." "Brilliant," Ron grinned. "Fair warning though, Christmas at the Burrow is a bit mad. Everyone talking at once, too much food, Fred and George setting off magical crackers every 5 minutes. Nothing like the quiet, dignified affair I'm sure Professor McGonagall has planned." Harry laughed, imagining stern McGonagall in a paper crown from a Christmas cracker. "I'm sure I can handle it." As promised, McGonagall approved both the Christmas Day visit with Sirius and the Boxing Day visit to the Burrow, though with specific conditions for each. "Mr. Black's healers have cleared him for a 6-hour visit at his home, provided I accompany you initially to ensure the environment is suitable," she informed Harry during their weekly Guardian Ward meeting in her office. "I would then return to collect you in the evening." "You don't need to stay?" Harry asked, surprised. "The healers believe a period of unsupervised interaction would benefit both you and Mr. Black, provided certain safeguards are in place." McGonagall handed him a small silver object that resembled a pocket watch. "This is a communication device linked directly to me. If you need assistance for any reason, simply open it and say my name." Harry accepted the device, touched by her thoughtfulness. "And the Burrow?" "Mr. and Mrs. Weasley have invited me for tea when I deliver you," McGonagall said with a slight smile. "I believe they wish to demonstrate that their home is suitable for a visit, despite being rather different from Hogwarts." "Ron says it's a bit chaotic," Harry admitted. "The Weasley household has always been lively," McGonagall agreed diplomatically. "But also warm, loving, and fundamentally safe. I have no concerns about your welfare there, particularly with Molly Weasley in charge. That woman could intimidate a dragon if she felt one of her children, honorary or otherwise, was at risk." The idea that Mrs. Weasley already considered him an honorary Weasley gave Harry a warm glow that lasted throughout the final days of term. As students departed for the holidays, the castle grew quiet, leaving Harry with unexpected time for reflection. On the evening before Christmas Eve, he found himself wandering to the castle's astronomy tower, drawn by the clear night sky and the need for solitude. The stars shone brightly overhead, undimmed by clouds or magical lights, a canopy of silver against the velvet darkness. "Beautiful night," a quiet voice observed. Harry turned, startled, to find Professor Snape standing in the shadows near the tower's edge. "Professor. I'm sorry, I didn't know anyone was here." "Obviously," Snape replied, though without his former caustic tone. "You're not out of bounds, Potter. The astronomy tower is open to students until curfew, which is not for another hour." Harry nodded awkwardly, unsure whether to stay or go. Snape had been less antagonistic since the Sorting Hat's proclamation, but they had never shared anything approaching a cordial conversation. To his surprise, Snape did not dismiss him. Instead, the potions master turned his gaze back to the night sky. "Your mother enjoyed astronomy," he said after a long silence. "She found it peaceful. Grounding, she called it, the reminder that our concerns are small against the vastness of the cosmos." Harry stared at Snape, stunned. "You knew my mother?" Something flickered across Snape's typically impassive face, pain, perhaps, or regret. "We grew up in the same neighborhood. We were friends before Hogwarts and for some time after." "You never mentioned that before," Harry said, moving cautiously to stand near Snape at the tower's edge. "No," Snape agreed quietly. "I did not." They stood in silence for several minutes, both gazing at the stars. Harry's mind raced with questions, but something in Snape's demeanor, a fragility beneath the usual rigid control, made him hesitant to press. "She was particularly fond of Orion," Snape said finally, gesturing to the constellation. "She said it reminded her of a protective guardian, watching over the night sky." Harry followed Snape's gesture, picking out the distinctive pattern of stars. "Did you teach her about constellations?" "No," Snape's mouth twitched in what might have been a suppressed smile. "She taught me." Lily was, remarkably self-taught in many areas. She devoured knowledge, magical or mundane, with equal enthusiasm. It was the most personal information anyone besides Sirius had shared about his mother, and from the most unexpected source. Harry hardly dared breathe, afraid of breaking whatever strange spell had loosened Snape's tongue. "Professor," he ventured finally, "why are you telling me this now?" Snape was silent for so long that Harry thought he might not answer. When he did, his voice was barely above a whisper. "Because I made a vow to protect Lily's son. A vow I have kept poorly until now." He turned to face Harry directly, his dark eyes unreadable in the starlight. "I allowed my feelings about your father to color my treatment of you. That was unworthy of me as a teacher and as a man who once called your mother friend." Harry didn't know what to say. This was as close to an apology as he could imagine Snape ever giving. "I don't expect this to change our professional relationship substantially," Snape continued, his tone regaining some of its usual crispness. "I will still demand excellence in my classroom. I will still deduct points when rules are broken. But I will endeavor to see you as your own person, Potter, neither James reincarnated nor merely the boy who lived." "Thank you, sir," Harry said quietly. "I'd like that." Snape nodded once, sharply, then moved to leave. At the tower entrance, he paused. "Happy Christmas, Mr. Potter." "Happy Christmas, Professor," Harry replied, still somewhat dazed by the encounter. As Snape's footsteps faded down the spiral staircase, Harry turned back to the night sky, finding Orion again among the countless stars. His mother had seen a guardian there. Perhaps she had been right, perhaps there were more people watching over him than he'd realized. Christmas morning dawned clear and cold, a light dusting of snow covering the Hogwarts grounds like icing on a cake. Harry woke early in the guest bedroom of McGonagall's quarters, excited for the day ahead. To his surprise, a small pile of presents waited at the foot of his bed. He had expected something from Ron and Hermione, perhaps even Sirius, but the quantity suggested more people had thought of him than he'd anticipated. With childlike eagerness that he'd never been permitted to show at the Dursleys, Harry tore into the packages. From Hermione, a handsome set of quills and an elegantly bound journal. From Ron, an assortment of wizarding sweets and a book called Flying with the Cannons, about his favorite Quidditch team. From Hagrid, a roughly carved wooden flute. From Mrs. Weasley, a hand-knitted emerald green jumper with a golden H on the front, accompanied by homemade fudge. From the Weasley twins, a selection of harmless prank items. From Neville, a rare plant that supposedly brought good luck to its owner. The final package was the most intriguing, small and lightweight, wrapped in simple brown paper with no card. Inside, Harry found a shimmering, silvery cloth that seemed to flow like water through his fingers. As he lifted it curiously, a note fluttered to the floor. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." The handwriting was looping and unfamiliar. Harry examined the strange cloth, which seemed to make whatever it covered partially disappear when draped properly. "An invisibility cloak," McGonagall's voice came from the doorway, making Harry jump. "And unless I'm very much mistaken, that's James Potter's cloak." "You recognize it?" Harry asked, surprised. McGonagall's lips twitched. "Your father and his friends weren't nearly as stealthy as they believed themselves to be. I caught glimpses of that cloak more than once during their nighttime wanderings." She approached, examining the note without touching it. "Albus's handwriting," she observed. "He must have had the cloak all these years. Why would he have my father's cloak?" Harry asked, puzzled. "I couldn't say," McGonagall replied, though her tone suggested she had suspicions she wasn't sharing. "Invisibility cloaks are rare and valuable, but this one is exceptional. Most fade or become damaged over time, but James's cloak was as perfect in his 7th year as it reportedly was when his father gave it to him." "It's a family heirloom?" Harry asked, stroking the silky material with newfound reverence. "So I understand," McGonagall confirmed. "The Potters are an old family with many heirlooms, but this cloak is particularly special." She fixed Harry with a stern look. "I trust you will use it more responsibly than your father did?" Harry nodded solemnly, though inwardly, he couldn't help but wonder what adventures the cloak might enable. The mischievous part of him, a part that seemed to have awakened since meeting Sirius, thrilled at the possibilities. "Now," McGonagall said briskly, "breakfast is ready in the sitting room, and we should depart for Grimmauld Place by 10 o'clock. Mr. Black is expecting us." Harry carefully folded the cloak and placed it in his trunk before joining McGonagall for breakfast. The acting headmistress had arranged a modest but festive meal: fresh scones, scrambled eggs, bacon, and hot chocolate topped with whipped cream and cinnamon. "Happy Christmas, Professor," Harry said as he took his seat. "Happy Christmas, Mr. Potter," McGonagall replied with a small smile. "I have something for you as well." She handed him a neatly wrapped package. Inside, Harry found a handsome leather-bound book titled, "Practical Defensive Magic and Its Use Against the Dark Arts." "This is more advanced than your current curriculum," McGonagall explained, "but given your particular history, I thought it prudent for you to have a solid foundation in defensive magic. We can work through it together during the term if you wish." "Thank you," Harry said sincerely, touched by the thoughtfulness of the gift. "I'd like that very much." After breakfast, they prepared to depart for Sirius's home. Harry wore his new Weasley jumper beneath his winter cloak, the soft wool a constant reminder of the people who cared about him now. "We'll be traveling by Floo again," McGonagall explained as they stood before her fireplace. "The address is number 12, Grimmauld Place. Speak clearly and keep your elbows tucked in." Harry nodded, taking a pinch of the glittering powder. Though he'd used the Floo several times now, he still found the sensation disorienting. With determined clarity, he announced the address and stepped into the emerald flames. The whirling journey deposited him in a large, gloomy drawing room that appeared to be in the midst of renovation. Parts of the walls showed fresh paint in warm cream tones, while others remained covered in faded, peeling wallpaper. The furniture was a similar mix of old and new, ornate antique pieces alongside more modern, comfortable additions. Sirius stood waiting, his face lighting up at the sight of Harry. He looked markedly better than during his last Hogwarts visit, his hair neatly trimmed, his face filled out, his eyes brighter with a spark of the man he'd been before Azkaban. "Harry," he exclaimed, helping him up from where he'd stumbled out of the fireplace. "Happy Christmas." "Happy Christmas, Sirius," Harry replied, grinning as his godfather pulled him into a warm embrace. The fireplace flared green again as McGonagall arrived with considerably more grace. "Mr. Black," she greeted Sirius formally, though her expression was not unkind. "Your home is looking improved since my inspection visit." "Still a work in progress," Sirius admitted, gesturing around the room. 12 years of neglect and centuries of dark magic don't disappear overnight. But it's getting there. "Indeed," McGonagall agreed, her sharp eyes taking in the changes. "The atmosphere is certainly more welcoming." "Wait until you see the kitchen," Sirius said proudly. "Complete renovation. Even got rid of the elf heads on the wall." Harry blinked. "The what?" "My family had certain, unsavory traditions," Sirius explained with a grimace. "My mother thought it appropriate to mount the severed heads of our house elves on the wall when they died. First thing I removed." "Good heavens," McGonagall murmured. "I knew the Blacks had a reputation for dark leanings, but that's positively barbaric." "The noble and most ancient house of Black," Sirius intoned sarcastically. "Toujours pur and perpetually disturbed." He shook his head. "But enough about my delightful heritage. Harry, I've got something for you upstairs." McGonagall raised an eyebrow. "Perhaps I should inspect the rest of the house first," as agreed with the healers. "Of course," Sirius nodded, sobering. "Whatever makes you comfortable leaving Harry in my care. Though I should warn you, we're expecting another visitor in about an hour." "Mr. Lupin, I presume?" McGonagall asked. "Yes," Sirius confirmed. "Remus is joining us for Christmas dinner. He's very much looking forward to meeting Harry." The inspection took about 20 minutes, with McGonagall methodically checking each room for safety hazards or lingering dark magic. The house was larger than it appeared from the outside, with 4 floors plus a basement kitchen. Many rooms remained untouched, their doors locked and warded. "Those are the rooms I haven't had time to clear yet," Sirius explained as they passed one such door. "Black family heirlooms tend toward the cursed and dangerous. I've been working with Gringotts Cursebreakers to handle the worst of it." Finally satisfied, McGonagall returned to the drawing room where Harry waited. "The house appears suitable for your visit," she informed him. "I'll return at 6 o'clock to escort you back to Hogwarts." She turned to Sirius. "The communication device I gave Harry will alert me immediately if there are any concerns." "I understand," Sirius said seriously. "Harry's safety is my highest priority, Minerva." "I swear it." McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "I believe you, Sirius. You've made remarkable progress." She glanced between them. "Enjoy your Christmas together. Both of you deserve it." After McGonagall departed via Floo, Sirius turned to Harry with a grin. "Come on, then. Your gift's upstairs." He led Harry to a room on the second floor that had clearly received special attention. Unlike the gloomy aesthetic that dominated much of the house, this room was painted in warm Gryffindor colors, with comfortable furnishings and large windows that let in plenty of natural light. "This is your room," Sirius explained, a hint of nervousness in his voice. "For when you visit. And maybe someday, if you wanted, for holidays or summers. Once I'm fully cleared by the healers, of course, and if Minerva agrees, and if you'd want to." "I love it," Harry interrupted, touched beyond words. No one had ever prepared a room specifically for him before, a room that reflected his preferences, that anticipated his comfort. Even his dormitory at Hogwarts was standard issue, identical to his classmates. This was different. Personal. "Thank you, Sirius." Sirius's face relaxed into a smile. "I'm glad you like it. I wasn't sure about the colors, thought they might be a bit much, but Remus insisted you'd appreciate the Gryffindor theme." "It's perfect," Harry assured him, exploring the room. A handsome desk sat beneath one window, a comfortable 4-poster bed against the wall, and bookshelves filled with a mixture of magical and Muggle titles. A Gryffindor banner hung on one wall, and on another, Harry's breath caught, was a large framed photograph of James and Lily Potter on their wedding day, beaming and waving. "But this isn't my gift," Sirius said, moving to a large object in the corner, covered with a sheet. "This is." With a dramatic flourish, he pulled away the sheet to reveal a gleaming broomstick, sleeker and more polished than any Harry had seen before. "A Nimbus 2000. Harry exclaimed, recognizing the professional-grade racing broom from Quidditch magazines Ron had shown him. "Sirius, this is too much." "Nonsense," Sirius waved away his protest. "Your father would have had you on the best broom available the moment you showed interest in flying. I'm just fulfilling his wishes." He grinned mischievously. "Besides, I've already cleared it with McGonagall. She's agreed to bend the no brooms for first years rule in your case, provided you follow certain safety guidelines." "She has?" Harry asked, astonished. "Apparently, she watched you in flying lessons," Sirius explained. "Says you're a natural, just like James. Mentioned something about considering you for the Gryffindor team next year." Harry ran his hand reverently along the broom's polished handle. "This is brilliant, Sirius." "Thank you." "You're welcome, pup," Sirius replied, the affectionate nickname slipping out naturally. "Now, I've got a small forest's worth of wrapping paper downstairs with your name on it. 12 years of missed birthdays and Christmases to make up for." "You didn't have to," Harry began. "I wanted to," Sirius said firmly. "Let me spoil you a bit, Harry. God knows you've had little enough of that in your life." The morning passed in a blur of gifts, laughter, and stories. Sirius seemed determined to make up for lost time, presenting Harry with everything from practical items like a self-updating map of Hogwarts to frivolous magical gadgets that served no purpose beyond entertainment. Each came with a story, memories of James coveting a similar item, or Lily's practical uses for seemingly silly charms. Around noon, the fireplace flared green again, and a tall, thin man with light brown hair streaked with premature gray stepped out. He wore shabby but neat robes, and his face, though lined with what looked like old scars, lit up at the sight of them. "Moony!" Sirius exclaimed, embracing the newcomer warmly. "Right on time." "As always," the man replied with a smile. His amber eyes found Harry, widening slightly as they took in his appearance. "Harry," he said softly. "You look so much like James it's startling." "But your eyes, my mother's," Harry finished automatically. "I've heard." "Remus Lupin," the man introduced himself, extending a hand that Harry shook firmly. "I was a friend of your parents'. It's incredible to see you after all these years." Remus was the sensible marauder, Sirius explained, clapping his friend on the shoulder. "The one who occasionally prevented James and me from getting ourselves killed through sheer recklessness." "Occasionally being the operative word," Remus said dryly. "Most of the time I was simply along for the ride, making token protests." "Don't believe him," Sirius told Harry with a conspiratorial wink. "Remus planned some of our most elaborate pranks. He just never got caught." Harry studied Remus curiously, noting the way he held himself, slightly reserved, as if afraid of taking up too much space. There was a gentleness about him, but also something else, a contained strength that reminded Harry, oddly, of a coiled spring. "Sirius mentioned you've been abroad?" Harry asked. Remus nodded. "Research position in Eastern Europe. Studying defensive countermeasures against dark creatures." He smiled slightly. "I have a certain affinity for the subject." Something in his tone made Harry think of Sirius's earlier comments about Remus's condition, something that had prevented him from being Harry's guardian. He was curious but sensed it wasn't the time to press. "Come on, you two," Sirius interrupted. "Creature will have a fit if we let Christmas dinner get cold." "Creature?" Harry asked as they made their way downstairs to the kitchen. "My family's house elf," Sirius explained. "Nasty piece of work, completely devoted to my mother's pure-blood mania. But we've reached a sort of truce lately. He prepares meals, helps with basic household maintenance, and I don't give him clothes. In return, I've promised him that the Black family heirlooms will be properly preserved rather than discarded. The basement kitchen was warm and inviting, transformed from what Harry imagined had once been a grim space. A long wooden table dominated the room, set for three with fine china and crystal goblets. Platters of food lined the center, roast turkey, potatoes, vegetables, and all the traditional trimmings of a Christmas feast. An ancient-looking house elf stood in the corner, muttering under his breath as he levitated the final dishes into place. He shot Sirius a look of deep suspicion, barely acknowledged Remus with a nod, but when his gaze fell on Harry, something strange happened. The elf's enormous eyes widened, and he bowed deeply. "Young master," he croaked. "Creature welcomes the Potter heir to the noble house of Black." Sirius looked as shocked as Harry felt. "Well," he said after a moment, "that's certainly a first. Creature hasn't shown that much respect to anyone since my mother died." "The Potter heir carries old magic," Creature muttered, more to himself than to them. "Creature feels it. Ancient magic, like the Black magic but different." Sirius and Remus exchanged puzzled glances. "Right," Sirius said uncertainly. "Well, thank you for preparing dinner, Creature. It looks excellent." The elf bowed again and disappeared with a crack, leaving the three of them alone in the kitchen. "That was odd," Remus observed as they took their seats. "I've never seen Creature voluntarily show respect to anyone Walburga didn't approve of." "Maybe he's finally going senile," Sirius suggested, though he looked troubled. "Or maybe." He glanced at Harry thoughtfully. "The Potter line is as old as the Blacks, in its way. Different magical heritage, but equally ancient. Perhaps Creature senses that." The conversation shifted to lighter topics as they began their meal. Harry found himself immediately comfortable with Remus, whose quiet humor and evident intelligence reminded him somewhat of Professor Lupin. Like Sirius, Remus seemed eager to share memories of James and Lily, though his recollections tended to focus more on their academic achievements and kindnesses than on pranks and Quidditch. "Your mother was particularly gifted with charms," Remus told Harry as they enjoyed Christmas pudding. "She created several spells of her own while still at Hogwarts, modified protective enchantments, mostly. She had a theory that love could amplify certain types of magic, especially shields and wards." "That's advanced theoretical magic," Sirius added, looking impressed even decades later. "Most wizards never create original spells in their entire careers." "Do you think?" Harry hesitated, the question that had haunted him for years finally finding voice. "Do you think that's how I survived? When Voldemort tried to kill me?" The light-hearted atmosphere shifted immediately. Remus and Sirius exchanged glances laden with unspoken communication. "Dumbledore believes so," Remus said carefully. "He's theorized that Lily invoked ancient protective magic when she sacrificed herself for you. Her love created a shield that Voldemort's curse couldn't penetrate, in fact, it rebounded upon him." "But why couldn't she save herself too?" Harry asked, the question that had always bothered him most. "If she was so brilliant with protective magic, why couldn't she save both of us?" Sirius's expression crumpled with grief. "The most powerful protective magics require sacrifice, Harry. Complete, willing sacrifice. Lily could have stepped aside, Voldemort offered her that choice, according to Dumbledore. He only wanted you. But she refused to save herself at your expense. How does Dumbledore know that?" Harry asked, frowning. "No one survived except me, and I was just a baby." Another significant look passed between the two marauders. "That," Remus said quietly, "is an excellent question, and one I've wondered about myself. Dumbledore has never fully explained his knowledge of that night." "He knows more than he's telling," Sirius agreed, his expression darkening. "About a lot of things. Like why Voldemort targeted James and Lily specifically. They weren't random victims, they were hunted deliberately." "Why?" Harry asked, a chill running down his spine despite the kitchen's warmth. "There was a prophecy," Remus explained after a moment's hesitation. "At least, that's what Dumbledore told the Order of the Phoenix after it happened. A prediction that a child born at the end of July would have the power to defeat the Dark Lord. Me? Harry whispered. You were Neville Longbottom, Sirius confirmed grimly. Both of you fit the criteria, born as the 7th month died, to parents who had thrice defied Voldemort. Neville? Harry repeated, stunned. Quiet, unassuming Neville, whose parents had also been taken from him, though in a different way than Harry's. Voldemort chose to target you, Remus continued. We don't know why he selected you over Neville, but by doing so, he essentially marked you as his equal, just as the prophecy foretold. Harry's hand unconsciously rose to his lightning scar. Is that why Dumbledore left me with the Dursleys? Because of this prophecy? Partly, Sirius acknowledged. The blood protection through Petunia was real, as was the threat from remaining Death Eaters. But I think Dumbledore has always believed that Voldemort would return someday, and that you would play a central role in defeating him permanently. But I'm just, me, Harry protested. I'm not special or powerful. I'm just Harry. Just Harry who survived a killing curse as an infant, Remus pointed out gently. Just Harry who caused the downfall of the most powerful dark wizard in generations. That was my mother's doing, not mine, Harry insisted. Her sacrifice, her love. Yes, Sirius agreed softly. But that love lives on in you, Harry. It's part of you now, part of your magic, part of who you are. Harry fell silent, trying to process these revelations. A prophecy. A destiny he'd never asked for. A connection to Voldemort that explained the Dark Lord's obsession with killing him as a baby. I'm telling you this now, Sirius continued, because I believe you deserve the truth, however difficult. Dumbledore wanted to wait until you were older, to preserve your childhood, he said. His expression hardened. But considering what your childhood actually entailed at the Dursleys, I think you've earned the right to understand why it all happened. Sirius, Remus cautioned, Harry is still only 11. 11 going on 30, Sirius retorted. After what he's been through. The Sorting Hat saw it, Remus. Saw straight through to the core of him, a child forced to grow up too quickly, to be stronger than any child should need to be. He turned back to Harry, his expression softening. I'm not telling you this to burden you, pup. I'm telling you because knowledge is power, and you've been kept in the dark far too long. Harry nodded, grateful for Sirius's honesty despite the weight it placed on his shoulders. Thank you, he said quietly. For trusting me with the truth. Sensing the need to lighten the mood, Remus cleared his throat and raised his goblet. I propose a toast, he said. To James and Lily, who would be immensely proud of the young man their son is becoming. To Harry, who has shown remarkable resilience in the face of unimaginable challenges. And to new beginnings for all of us. To new beginnings, Sirius echoed, raising his own glass. Harry joined the toast, his heart full. Despite the difficult revelations, he couldn't remember ever feeling happier than he did in this moment, surrounded by people who had known and loved his parents, who now offered him the same love and support. The rest of the day passed in a blur of Christmas cheer. They pulled magical crackers that exploded with far more impressive contents than their Muggle counterparts, live butterflies, wizard chess sets, and in one case, a fully functional miniature dragon that flew around the room breathing harmless sparks. Remus taught Harry wizard chess while Sirius played Christmas carols on an enchanted piano that corrected wrong notes automatically. They shared more stories, more laughter, more connection. All too soon, the clock struck 5:30, signaling that McGonagall would arrive in 30 minutes to take Harry back to Hogwarts. Before you go, Sirius said, growing suddenly serious, there's something else I wanted to discuss with you. He glanced at Remus, who nodded encouragingly. The healers think I'll be fully cleared by early summer, June, most likely. And while I understand you'll need to finish the school year at Hogwarts, I was hoping, that is, if you wanted. He took a deep breath. I'd like you to consider making your home with me permanently once I'm cleared. As your godfather, as your legal guardian. Harry's heart leapt. You mean, live with you? All the time? If you want to, Sirius hastened to add. I'd understand completely if you prefer to stay with Minerva. She's done a wonderful job as your guardian, and she offers stability that I'm still working toward. But I wanted you to know the option is there. Harry began, then stopped, overcome with emotion. The offer represented everything he'd ever wanted, a real home, with someone who genuinely wanted him. I'd love that, Sirius. Sirius's face broke into a radiant smile. Really? You're sure? Absolutely sure, Harry confirmed. Professor McGonagall has been brilliant, but she's still your professor, Remus supplied understandingly. And the acting headmistress. It's a complicated dynamic. Exactly, Harry nodded. And while Hogwarts is wonderful, living there year-round would be. He struggled to find the right words. Like living at school, Sirius finished for him. I understand. Every child needs a proper home to return to. His expression grew serious again. I should mention that Remus would be a frequent visitor, possibly even a resident if we can sort out certain, logistical issues. Would that be all right with you? More than all right, Harry assured him, glancing at Remus with a smile. The more marauders, the better. Remus's amber eyes warmed with gratitude. Thank you, Harry. That means a great deal to me. When McGonagall arrived precisely at 6 o'clock, she found the three of them in the drawing room, engaged in an animated discussion of Hogwarts past and present. Harry's Nimbus 2000 was propped carefully in the corner, ready to be transported back to school. I trust you had a pleasant day, she inquired, taking in the scene with approving eyes. The best Christmas ever, Harry replied honestly. Indeed, McGonagall nodded. Mr. Lupin, it's good to see you again. You're looking well. Thank you, Professor, Remus replied with a smile. It's been too long. Now that you're back in Britain, perhaps you might consider a teaching position, McGonagall suggested casually. The defense against the dark arts position seems perpetually difficult to fill with qualified instructors, and your academic record was exemplary. Remus looked startled by the suggestion. That's very kind, Professor, but my condition makes regular employment challenging. Hogwarts has accommodated unique needs before, McGonagall replied meaningfully. And could do so again for the right candidate. Think about it. As they prepared to depart, Harry turned to Sirius and Remus. Thank you, he said simply. For everything. We'll see you soon, Sirius promised, embracing him. I'm allowed weekly visits now, remember? And Easter holidays aren't far off. And I'll be at next week's visit, Remus added, squeezing Harry's shoulder. I have years of stories to share. With final goodbyes, Harry and McGonagall departed through the Floo, returning to her quarters at Hogwarts. As Harry brushed soot from his clothes, McGonagall observed him thoughtfully. You seem happy, Mr. Potter, she noted. Happier than I've seen you since your arrival at Hogwarts. I am, Harry confirmed, unable to contain his smile. Sirius asked if I might live with him permanently once he's fully cleared by the healers. McGonagall's expression revealed nothing of her thoughts on this development. And what did you tell him? That I'd like to, Harry admitted, suddenly worried that she might be hurt by his choice. If that's all right. You've been an amazing guardian, Professor, and I'm so grateful for everything you've done, Mr. Potter, McGonagall interrupted gently. I took guardianship of you because you needed stability and protection during a difficult transition. I have never expected it to be permanent, particularly once Mr. Black was exonerated. You're not upset? Harry asked, relieved. Not in the slightest, McGonagall assured him. In fact, I think it's an excellent development. Sirius Black was chosen by your parents specifically, and the bond between you is already evident. Moreover, while I care for your welfare deeply, I am still your teacher and the acting headmistress. Those roles sometimes conflict with guardianship in ways that aren't ideal for either of us. She smiled, a rare, warm expression that transformed her usually stern face. I will, of course, remain your guardian until Mr. Black is officially cleared, and I hope that afterward, you will still feel you can come to me with any concerns or questions. Always, Harry promised sincerely. As he prepared for bed that night, Harry reflected on how dramatically his life had changed in just a few months. From a cupboard under the stairs to a future in a real home with his godfather and possibly Remus too. From believing he was unwanted and unloved to discovering a network of people who cared about him deeply. From ignorance about his parents to rich, detailed knowledge of who they had been and how much they had loved him. All because a magical hat had refused to stay silent about injustice. The next day brought the promised visit to the Burrow, which proved to be every bit as chaotic and wonderful as Ron had described. The Weasley home was the polar opposite of Grimmauld Place, bright, cluttered, and bursting with life. From the self-washing dishes in the kitchen to the family ghoul in the attic, every corner contained some new magical wonder for Harry to discover. Mrs. Weasley fussed over him from the moment he arrived, exclaiming over his thinness despite the improvements of the past months, piling his plate with seconds and thirds at lunch, and frequently pulling him into spontaneous hugs that left him breathless but glowing with happiness. Mr. Weasley peppered him with questions about Muggle life, fascinated by everything from electric plugs to subway systems. Fred and George demonstrated their latest inventions, most of which seemed designed to cause maximum chaos with minimum lasting damage. Ron proudly showed him around the family's small Quidditch pitch, promising summer flying sessions once Sirius was cleared as Harry's guardian. Even Percy made an effort, gravely discussing the Potter Protection Act and explaining how it had influenced his career aspirations at the ministry. Child welfare policy has been neglected for too long, he informed Harry earnestly. Your case has opened many eyes to the need for reform. The only moment of tension came when Ron's younger sister, Ginny, made her first appearance. The small redhead took one look at Harry, squeaked in alarm, and fled back upstairs. She's been talking about meeting Harry Potter since she was old enough to understand the stories, Ron explained, embarrassed. Having the real you actually in our house has sort of short-circuited her brain. She'll be at Hogwarts next year, Fred added with a grin. Better prepare yourself for a serious case of hero worship, Harry. Harry, who had been enjoying the Weasleys' treatment of him as just another boy, found the reminder of his fame disconcerting. I'm really not that special, he protested. Course you are, George countered. You survived you-know-who, exposed Dumbledore's mistakes, got Sirius Black freed, and inspired the biggest child welfare reform in wizarding history. All before your 12th birthday. When you put it that way. Harry mumbled, embarrassed. Ignore them, Mrs. Weasley advised, swatting her twin sons playfully with a tea towel. Fame isn't what makes a person special, Harry dear. It's what's in here. She touched his chest gently over his heart. And you've got plenty of the good stuff, famous or not. That evening, as Harry prepared to return to Hogwarts, Mrs. Weasley pulled him aside for a quiet word. Arthur and I want you to know, she said, her kind face serious, that no matter what happens with Sirius or Professor McGonagall or anyone else, you always have a place here at the Burrow. You're part of our extended family now, Harry, and that doesn't change regardless of legal guardianship arrangements. Thank you, Harry said, genuinely touched. That means more than I can say. She hugged him fiercely, then released him with suspiciously bright eyes. Off you go, then. But remember what I said. Family is family, paperwork or no paperwork. As McGonagall escorted him back to Hogwarts that evening, Harry felt a profound sense of peace that he'd never known before. For years, he'd dreamed of unknown relatives coming to rescue him from the Dursleys, fantasies that had sustained him through the worst of his aunt and uncle's treatment. The reality had turned out differently, but infinitely better. Not a single distant relative, but a whole network of people who cared, McGonagall, Sirius, Remus, the Weasleys, his friends at Hogwarts. The Sorting Hat had ripped open his most painful secret, exposing his shame and suffering to the entire school. In doing so, it had also opened the door to healing, to justice, to a future Harry could never have imagined while lying on his thin mattress in the cupboard under the stairs. As the new term began in January, Harry noticed subtle but significant changes throughout Hogwarts. The newly appointed student welfare coordinator, a cheerful witch named Healer Penrose, had established drop-in hours for students to discuss any concerns, personal or academic. Professors seemed more attentive to students' emotional well-being, not just their academic performance. Even Filch, the cantankerous caretaker, had been required to modify his more extreme disciplinary approaches. Most striking, though, was the change in the students themselves. House rivalries continued, of course. Some traditions were too deeply ingrained to disappear overnight, but there was a new awareness, a watchfulness, when it came to how students treated one another. The older students in particular seemed to have taken McGonagall's words to heart. Behind closed doors, anyone might be suffering in silence. Harry witnessed this firsthand one afternoon in late January when he came upon a group of older Ravenclaw boys taunting a small Hufflepuff first year about his stutter. "PP please stop," the boy pleaded as they mimicked his speech impediment. Harry was about to intervene when Susan Bones appeared, flanked by two older Hufflepuffs and a Gryffindor prefect. "That's enough," she said firmly, positioning herself between the bullies and their target. "Unless you want this reported under the new anti-bullying protocols. I hear the consequences include writing a formal apology to the whole school at breakfast." The Ravenclaws backed down immediately, muttering excuses as they departed. Susan turned to the younger Hufflepuff, speaking gently. "You okay, Connor? They won't bother you again, but if they do, you come straight to me or any prefect." Thank you," the boy managed, clearly fighting tears. "No need for thanks," Susan replied. "That's what we do now at Hogwarts, look out for each other. Things are different since." She caught sight of Harry and smiled. "Well, you know. Since the world woke up." As the Hufflepuffs moved on, Harry reflected on Susan's words. Since the world woke up. It was an apt description of what had happened, a collective awakening to truths that had long been ignored or downplayed. The mistreatment of children. The failures of magical guardianship. The consequences of placing expedience above welfare. Harry's personal awakening had been painful but ultimately healing. The wizarding world's awakening, prompted by his case, seemed to be following a similar trajectory, difficult, uncomfortable, but ultimately moving towards something better. Spring arrived at Hogwarts in a burst of green, transforming the grounds into a riot of new growth and color. Harry, who had never been allowed to simply enjoy the changing seasons at the Dursleys, found himself constantly distracted by the beauty around him, daffodils swaying by the lake, cherry blossoms drifting on the breeze, the whomping willow sprouting tender new leaves that it occasionally used to swat at passing birds. His weekly visits with Sirius continued, with Remus joining them regularly. As the weather improved, these meetings often moved outdoors, with Sirius, officially cleared for unsupervised visits by March, teaching Harry to fly his Nimbus 2000 properly on the Quidditch pitch. "You're a natural," Sirius called as Harry executed a perfect diving turn. "Just like your father. James would be over the moon watching you fly." Remus, who preferred to keep his feet firmly on the ground, watched from the stands, occasionally offering more technical advice. "Lean into the turn more," he suggested. "You'll get better speed control that way." By April, Harry's flying skills had improved so dramatically that Madame Hooch asked him to demonstrate techniques for the other first years during regular lessons. Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, took to watching these demonstrations with an increasingly calculating expression. "I'm putting you on the team next year," he informed Harry bluntly after one such session. "Our current seeker's graduating, and you're better already than he was after 3 years of training. McGonagall's already approved it, says first-year broom rules don't apply to you anyway because of exceptional circumstances." "Really?" Harry asked, excitement bubbling up inside him. Playing actual Quidditch, representing Gryffindor like his father had, it was a dream he hadn't dared to acknowledge. Really, Wood confirmed. Be ready to train hard, Potter. I want the cup next year. As the school year drew to a close, anticipation built for the summer holidays. For most students, this meant returning home to family. For Harry, it meant the culmination of months of healing, legal proceedings, and preparation, Sirius's final evaluation by the healers, which would determine whether he could assume full guardianship. They've scheduled it for June 26, Sirius told Harry during their last weekend visit before exams. The day after term ends. Perfect timing, really, if all goes well, you'll come straight home with me from King's Cross. Home. The word still sent a thrill through Harry. Not just any home, but one where he was wanted, where his room waited for him, where he could be himself without fear or pretense. And if it doesn't go well? Harry couldn't help asking, voicing the fear that still occasionally surfaced. Then you'll stay with Minerva a bit longer while I complete whatever additional requirements the healers set, Sirius replied calmly. But that's unlikely. My last 3 evaluations have been overwhelmingly positive. Moony will be there too, right? Harry confirmed, having grown as attached to Remus as to Sirius over the months of visits. Absolutely, Sirius assured him. He's already moved his things into the 3rd-floor bedroom. We've worked out arrangements for his monthly problem that satisfy both the ministry and his own safety concerns. Harry had finally learned about Remus's lycanthropy in April, when the man himself had reluctantly explained his condition after Harry noticed the pattern of his absences around the full moon. Far from being repulsed, Harry had been fascinated, full of questions about the magical and practical aspects of living with such a condition. You're remarkably like Lily in that way, Remus had observed, clearly relieved by Harry's acceptance. She was immediately concerned with how to make the transformations easier, not how to avoid the dangerous werewolf. As June arrived and end-of-term exams approached, Harry found himself in the strange position of actually looking forward to summer for the first time in his life. His friends noticed the change in his demeanor. You're practically glowing, mate, Ron commented as they studied for their transfiguration exam in the library. Never seen anyone so happy about exams before. It's not the exams, Harry admitted. It's what comes after. Sirius's final evaluation, moving in with him and Remus permanently. Having a real home, Hermione supplied understandingly. Exactly, Harry nodded. I keep thinking I'll wake up and find out it was all a dream, that I'm back in the cupboard at Privet Drive and none of this happened. Not going to happen, Ron said firmly. And even if something goes wrong with Sirius's evaluation, which it won't, you'd still have McGonagall and my family fighting over who gets to take you home. Harry smiled at the thought. Your mum's already invited me to stay for 2 weeks in August, once I'm settled in with Sirius. Said something about teaching me proper wizarding family traditions. That's Mum, Ron grinned. Adopting strays left and right. Percy says she's petitioning the ministry to foster Muggle-born kids who have difficulties at home after the Potter Protection Act identified several borderline cases. Really? Harry asked, surprised and touched that his situation had inspired such ongoing activism. She's on a mission, Ron confirmed. Says no magical child should ever face what you did. Dad's fully supportive, been working overtime helping draft implementation guidelines for the new law. The idea that his suffering might lead to better lives for other children continued to provide Harry with a sense of meaning that helped balance the lingering pain. Not that he would have chosen his path, given the option, but knowing some good had come from it made it easier to move forward rather than dwelling on the past. Exams came and went in a flurry of practical demonstrations, written tests, and late-night study sessions. Harry surprised himself by performing well in all subjects, including potions, where Snape's grudging, acceptable work, Potter, felt like high praise indeed. Finally, the term drew to a close with the end-of-year feast. The Great Hall was decorated in Ravenclaw colors, as they had narrowly edged out Slytherin for the House Cup. The ceiling reflected a perfect summer evening, stars just beginning to emerge in a violet sky. McGonagall rose from the headmistress's chair, which she had occupied all year but never quite seemed to consider her own, and called for silence. Another year completed, she began, her voice carrying clearly through the hall. And what an extraordinary year it has been. Her gaze found Harry briefly before continuing to sweep across the assembled students. When we gathered here last September for the sorting ceremony, none of us could have anticipated the changes that would follow. What began as a moment of crisis has evolved into an opportunity for growth and reform, not just within these walls but throughout Wizarding Britain. She paused, allowing her words to sink in. The Sorting Hat's proclamation forced us all to confront uncomfortable truths, about how we protect the vulnerable among us, about the consequences of silence, about our collective responsibility to one another. It has not been an easy journey for anyone, least of all for Mr. Potter. Harry felt hundreds of eyes turn toward him but found, to his surprise, that the attention no longer made him want to disappear. Instead, he sat a little straighter, meeting the gazes of his fellow students with quiet dignity. Yet from that difficult moment, McGonagall continued, has come remarkable progress. New protection laws. Improved welfare monitoring. A renewed commitment to student well-being here at Hogwarts. These changes will benefit magical children for generations to come. She raised her goblet. I ask you all to join me in recognizing the courage it takes to face painful truths, to accept responsibility for past failures, and to work together toward a better future. These are values worthy of all four houses, the bravery of Gryffindor, the loyalty of Hufflepuff, the wisdom of Ravenclaw, and the determination of Slytherin. Throughout the hall, students and staff raised their goblets in response. To courage, responsibility, and change, McGonagall declared. To courage, responsibility, and change, the school echoed. As the feast progressed, Harry found himself approached by students from all four houses, some he knew, others he had barely spoken to, offering thanks, encouragement, or simply acknowledgement of the role his experience had played in the year's changes. My little sister starts Hogwarts next year, a Ravenclaw prefect told him earnestly. She's Muggle-born, and our parents weren't entirely supportive at first. The new monitoring program has made a world of difference. Ministry representatives visited, explained everything properly, set up regular check-ins. She'll come to Hogwarts feeling welcomed, not rejected. The welfare counselor helped me deal with some stuff from home, a quiet Slytherin boy admitted. Stuff I never thought I could talk about. Not as bad as what you went through, but bad enough. So, thanks, Potter. For making it okay to ask for help. By the time the feast ended, Harry felt a profound sense of closure. The year that had begun with public humiliation and painful exposure was ending with recognition of how that very pain had catalyzed positive change. The boy who lived had become something more, a symbol of resilience, of the possibility of healing, of the power of truth to transform even the most entrenched systems. As the students filed out of the Great Hall, McGonagall approached Harry. A moment, Mr. Potter, if you please. He followed her to a quiet alcove off the entrance hall, curious about what she might need to discuss on their final evening. I wanted to inform you that Headmaster Dumbledore has submitted his formal resignation to the Board of Governors, she said without preamble. They have accepted it and officially offered me the position of headmistress on a permanent basis. You've accepted? Harry asked, though her expression made the answer clear. I have, McGonagall confirmed. Which means our guardianship arrangement would have become complicated regardless of Mr. Black's situation. The roles of headmistress and guardian involve inherent conflicts of interest that would eventually become untenable. I understand, Harry assured her. And congratulations, Professor. You deserve it. Thank you, Mr. Potter. A hint of a smile softened her stern features. I also wanted to give you this. She handed him a sealed envelope. It's from Albus. He asked that I deliver it personally. Harry accepted the envelope, surprised. He hadn't heard from Dumbledore directly since the guardianship hearing months ago. He's been doing important work abroad these past months, McGonagall explained, noting Harry's expression. Confronting his own failings, I believe, and reassessing his approach to certain, long-term concerns. Voldemort, Harry said quietly. McGonagall didn't flinch at the name. Yes. Among other matters. She hesitated. Whatever your feelings toward Albus, and I would understand if they remain negative, I believe he genuinely regrets the harm his decisions caused you. I know, Harry said thoughtfully. I don't hate him, Professor. I'm angry about what happened, but I understand he thought he was doing the right thing, in his own way. Very mature, Mr. Potter, McGonagall observed with approval. Now, I believe your friends are waiting to help you finish packing. The Hogwarts Express leaves at 11 tomorrow morning, as always. Thank you, Professor, Harry said sincerely. For everything this year. For being my guardian when I needed one, for standing up for me, for caring. You are very welcome, Mr. Potter, McGonagall replied, her voice unusually gentle. It has been an honor to serve as your guardian, however temporarily. I have no doubt that Sirius Black will continue to provide the support and care you deserve. Back in Gryffindor Tower, Harry found a moment of privacy to read Dumbledore's letter before joining his friends for a final evening of games and conversation. Dear Harry, I write to you from a small monastery in Tibet, where I have spent the past month in reflection on the events of the past year, and, indeed, the past decade. Distance has provided clarity on many matters, not least my own grievous errors in judgment regarding your placement and welfare. Words cannot adequately express my remorse for the suffering you endured at the Dursleys. While I maintain that blood protection offered a powerful shield against external threats, I fail to consider that the greatest threat to your well-being might come from within that very protection. It is a failure I will carry with me always. You asked me once why I didn't follow your parents' wishes regarding your guardianship. The complete truth is complex and multifaceted, involving prophecies, blood magic, and fears about Voldemort's eventual return. But at its core, my decision was rooted in an arrogance I am only now beginning to fully comprehend, the belief that my judgment superseded all others, that my vision of the greater good justified actions that caused immediate harm. It is an approach I have employed throughout my long life, with mixed results at best and tragic consequences at worst. Your case has forced me to confront the fundamental flaws in this philosophy. I do not ask or expect your forgiveness, Harry. Some wounds run too deep for simple reconciliation, and the breach of trust between us may never be fully repaired. But I do hope that you might someday understand that my actions, however misguided, came from a genuine desire to keep you safe from threats I believed, and still believe, will eventually resurface. Minerva tells me you are thriving under her guardianship and will soon transition to Sirius's care. This gives me profound joy. You deserve happiness, security, and love, all the things I inadvertently denied you in my misguided attempt to protect you. I will not be returning to Hogwarts as headmaster. The school deserves leadership untainted by the mistakes of the past, and Minerva will provide that admirably. However, should you ever wish to speak with me, whether to seek answers, express anger, or simply to talk, I remain at your disposal. With deepest regret and sincere good wishes, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Harry folded the letter carefully and tucked it into his trunk. He wasn't sure how he felt about Dumbledore's words, relief at the acknowledgement of wrongdoing, lingering anger at the years of suffering, curiosity about the threats the former headmaster still believed would return. Perhaps someday he would take Dumbledore up on his offer of conversation. For now, he was content to let the past rest while he embraced his future. The journey on the Hogwarts Express the next day was bittersweet. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville shared a compartment, reminiscing about the year's events and making plans for summer correspondence and visits. You'll write, won't you? Hermione asked anxiously. Both of you? Course we will, Ron assured her. Though Harry'll have more interesting things to write about, living with an ex-convict and a werewolf. Ron! Hermione hissed, glancing nervously at the compartment door. Be careful what you say about Professor Lupin's condition. Harry smiled at his friend's familiar bickering. I'll write, he promised. And you're all invited to visit once I'm settled. Sirius says Grimmauld Place has plenty of room for guests, and he wants to meet all my friends properly. I'd like that, Neville said quietly. Gran says your godfather was quite the duelist in his day. Maybe he could give me some pointers. As the train pulled into King's Cross, Harry felt a flutter of nervous excitement. This was it, the moment he'd been anticipating for months. No more Dursleys, no more cupboard, no more being unwanted and unloved. Instead, he was stepping into a new life with people who genuinely cared for him. On the platform, he spotted Sirius immediately, standing tall and proud, so different from the gaunt figure who had emerged from Azkaban. Beside him stood Remus, looking more relaxed and healthy than Harry had yet seen him. They were conversing with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, all four adults laughing at something Fred or George had said. There they are, Harry said, pointing them out to his friends. Come on, I'll introduce you properly. As they approached, Sirius caught sight of Harry and broke into a radiant smile. Harry, he called, waving enthusiastically. Over here. Harry quickened his pace, pulling his trunk behind him. This, he realized, was what coming home should feel like, this lightness in his chest, this certainty of being wanted, this knowledge that he belonged. Welcome home, pup, Sirius said as Harry reached him, pulling him into a warm embrace. The evaluation went perfectly. You're officially coming home with us. Home. The word had never sounded so beautiful. As Harry introduced his friends to Sirius and Remus, made arrangements for summer visits, and said temporary goodbyes, he reflected on the journey that had brought him here. From a frightened, abused boy in a cupboard to a young wizard with friends, family, and a future full of possibilities. From a child who believed he deserved his mistreatment to one who understood that he had always deserved better. All because a magical hat had looked into his mind and refused to remain silent about what it found there. Sometimes, Harry thought as he walked with Sirius and Remus toward their waiting car, the most powerful magic isn't found in spells or potions or even love's ancient protection. Sometimes, it's found in the simple, radical act of speaking truth when others would prefer silence. In naming abuse for what it is. In refusing to look away from suffering. The Sorting Hat had done that for him when no adult would. And in doing so, it had not only changed Harry's life but sent ripples of transformation throughout the wizarding world, ripples that would continue to spread long after the initial proclamation had faded from memory. As they drove away from King's Cross, London giving way to the suburbs and then to rolling countryside, Harry watched the world pass by his window and smiled. The boy who lived had survived not only Voldemort but the Dursleys, Dumbledore's well-intentioned neglect, and the painful exposure of his deepest wounds to public scrutiny. He had not merely survived but emerged stronger, surrounded by people who loved him, equipped with the truth about his past and the freedom to shape his future. Whatever challenges lay ahead, and something told him there would be many, he would face them not alone, as he once had, but supported by the family he had found and the community that had finally recognized its responsibility to protect its most vulnerable members. It wasn't a perfect ending, life rarely provides those, but it was a beginning full of promise. And for Harry Potter, who had spent 10 years without hope, that was magic enough. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.